can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Satisfied.
Slipping through the night, losing the light, only satisfied. Slipping through the night, slipping through the night, only satisfied, only satisfied. Slipping through the night.
What is up, All-Star Gaming fam, and welcome to the Underground. You know how we do it by now. We've got the best South African esports coming at you here on the Incredible Connection All-Star Gaming channel for the Incredible Connection All-Star Underground. And today we have the Valorant Grand Finals. I am so excited for some pew-pew, some shooting, some high-paced action. You are going to love this. But before we do that, of course, we got to talk about Incredible Connection. They are doing the absolute most for South African gaming right now. I'm sure this week you got to see EsProxy eating all those chilies. If you've got the emotes, spam it in chat right now. Sorry, not sorry. We're going to do that the whole broadcast. They're getting all these top streamers to come in to play some games, and then they've got these big competitions happening every week. And of course, with the festive season around the corner, why don't you go check out Incredible Connection, either on their website or in store. They have some incredible deals on all the best gaming gear. You can get your hands on whatever you need, whether you play on console, whether you play on PC, whether you play on mobile. Maybe you've never gamed before. I mean, I don't know why you're here on this channel then. Maybe you're getting a feel for it. Well, go to Incredible Connection and grab some goodies. You can also buy on credit, interest-free. They offer contracts for all the major networks. I think they're the only retailer in the country that offer contracts on all the major networks. So there's so much that you can do. Go check them out. Really good pricing. Also, if you order online, their delivery service is fantastic. I'm not just saying that because I host the show. I'm actually saying it because I've used it now and it's very good. Incredible Connection and Logitech G are also going to be rewarding you for supporting South African esports and South African Valorant. We've got a stack of giveaways coming at you. I am now the official Oprah of esports after all these underground broadcasts. I think I'm going to own that one. So the Oprah of esports has spoken. The first one is the big one. This is going to be running throughout the day. So it is the Valorant Grand Finals. We've seen the best Valorant teams battling it out. And the Grand Finals is going to be White Rabbit Gaming up against Socks Up. So now what I want you to do is I want you to head on over to Twitter and I want you to tell me which of those two teams is your absolute favorite. Is it White Rabbit Gaming or is it Socks Up? Tag them in your tweets, tag Metal States and Incredible Connection, use the hashtag Valorant Underground, and you're going to go into the draw to win a Logitech G voucher. I've got more prizes on the way. I'm going to tell you about them in a little bit, but I know who you really want to see. It's not me. It is, of course, our two casters. EsProxy and ThendoPlays are here. Fam, you gotta be hyped because Valorant, I don't think it's received enough love in South Africa yet, Tendo. I think this is one of maybe the biggest tournaments so far for this title, and I think it deserves a lot more. Are you hyped to bring the action today?
Yeah, I'm definitely hyped to bring the action. And you're right, it doesn't deserve enough love. And I think it's a very fast growing esports outside of South Africa. And it's good to see, Incredible Connection coming through again to do a madness and give us the biggest Valorant tournament thus far. And we have the two best teams in the country as well, pinning against each other. So, I mean, all the action is lined up, for your Saturday right here on this channel. And if you're not following already, you best be following because things are about to get spicy. And I am ready, spicy, just like, as eating those beans. But let's not talk about that.
Yeah, let's just keep dropping that one. We're going to keep dropping that. Tendo lined it up, so I'm going to bat it right at EsProxy. Why are these two teams the best in the country?
So, I mean, we've been looking at some of the few Valorant tournaments we've actually have, and it's always these two that end up at the top. It's always the two of them going head-to-head in those playoffs. And the last time, interestingly enough, they did go head-to-head, we did see WRG actually taking that W. So I'm interested to see if today we're going to have a difference of results, because there have been some roster changes since then. But ultimately, it's just about performance. I mean, if you look at the agents, if you look at the players, they're constantly performing at a level that is just awe-inspiring. So I'm keen to see what they're going to do today.
So they're all going to be playing at home, but I do think that this plays a big role. Is obviously the Rebel Campus Clutch was earlier this year. I think that was the first time we saw like a really big Valorant tournament. Obviously you had to be signed up, but a lot of these WRG players played together on the team that won that for Campus Clutch. They got to be at LAN together. They got to socialize as well. So that BMT is there for them. They know what they need to do to focus. Do you think that's going to give them the upper hand, Is?
I think any sort of experience with a team always just adds that value to the team. If you have that experience, you have that synergy, you have that ability to do more and calm less, which means you're more reactive when it happens to situations. You're more able to predict those situations as well. You know how your teammates are playing. The more experience you have, it just means the easier everything's going to flow. So yeah, I definitely do think that sort of experience, especially in a tournament level and a competitive setting, it's always going to help.
Tendo, what's the game plan for these teams? Have you had a chance to see some of their matches? Have you had a chance to speak to any of them? What are they coming in with?
There's a lot of statistics actually to go up, with at least from the semifinals that what happened, right? So for me, what I'm looking at today is there's going to be a big duel between Timmy on Socks Up and then King on WRG, right? They both play duelist characters, so we're going to have to see them, entering sites, trying to get those entries, opening up space for the team. So that's going to be quite interesting, right? But we're going to have to look maybe more towards the central mains, right? And maybe for people that aren't too aware on what 4 classes there are in Valorant with the agents, right? We have initiators, we have sentinels, we have controllers, and then we have duelists, right? They all fulfill a specific role within the team. And it's going to be interesting to see exactly how, everybody's going to utilize these roles. Obviously, certain players are more, main to a specific type. For example, Robobo, who's on the team of Socks Up, who's actually the IGL, Sentinel, playing Cypher, playing Killjoy, holding down sites, just kind of being that person behind the team, just making sure everybody in front is working and synergized together. So going to be interesting. And our first map as well today is going to be Ascent, which, I'm quite excited to see there. That's WRG's pick. We'll see exactly what happens there. Socks Up's going to be starting up on defense. So I don't know how that attack is looking right now for WRG, but it's looking really strong because if you look at King's ACS, it's at 292. Just to give you an example of how much above his ACS is, and ACS is kind of like a comeback score just based on how well you're doing inside of the game. Timmy, who's the best on Socks Up, only has a 249 ACS, right? So King is going to be a real top dog for today's grand finals.
Thendo, you're so good at your job, man. You went through, you explained the agents, you did all the hard work for me. There's no heavy lifting. Now I just get to play the fool. I love it. I love working with these two. My job is so easy. Okay. Thendo mentioned quite a bit there. It is a best of 5, it's a grand final, but EsProxy, one of the things I want to pull from what he said was that mention of the battling of the duelists, just because I feel like this is a South African thing, in especially in FPS games, we tend to rely on the clicking heads more than anything else. Do you think the win condition, if you like, for a team today to take this grand finals and ultimately the bragging rights of, I'd argue to say, the best Valorant team in the country, is going to come down to utilizing their agents a little bit better, not necessarily relying on the duelists, but finding a way to back them up as best as possible? Or do I not know what I'm talking about and I need to shut up?
No. You're on the right path there. And that's the whole, beauty of Valorant. When you compare them to any sort of other FPS games, then, the basics are there. Managing your economy, managing, where you're going to be taking the site, how you're going to be taking that site, of course. But then you throw the agents on top of that, and then you add a little bit of spice on top, because all of a sudden you've got these abilities and ways to use the abilities together that can seriously make a big difference. And yeah, the abilities, some of them play off really, really well together. So I do think, the win condition is going to be about that synergy that we mentioned earlier, how they're going to be using these agents together, and who's just going to be taking the best sites the best way, defending the sites the best way, and ultimately hitting the right shots as well.
We've spoken a lot. I know what you want to see. You want to see the action. Before we get into that, I just want to remind you, we are having a huge giveaway here on the Incredible Connection All-Star Gaming channel. All you need to do is follow the channel. You need to be in South Africa, and you can win a 25,000 Rand gaming desktop. There's going to be a link dropped in the chat right now, so you'll need to potentially click on that, do whatever it says. Just don't give it your personal details, like your home address. Actually, if it asks for that, you should probably do that. I'm going to be in so much trouble if it did. But you could win a gaming PC. So there you go. Before we get into this, I was going to talk some more, but apparently production is telling me to shut the hell up because the power is going off very soon. So EsProxy, Thendo, let's jump into game.
Whew, Thendo, we are here. Ascent is about to be right before us. And looking at the hero picks, we've got some interesting lineups here.
Yeah, no, it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what's going to be pulled in. One thing that I did notice, compared to how WRG plays is actually, as soon as I was about to mention the Astra is picked here on Ascent from 3. I didn't see them use Astra during, the semifinals, so wasn't sure if they were going to pull it in here. But obviously on Ascent, Astra is really good, right? For blocking off Catwalk especially, and, trying to get mid control. You can put a lot of the stars around, get one of those, nebulas, and just control a lot of what is happening down mid. The Yeti's coming in with the KJ pick. We've got, the lock-in on WRG's in Jet, Astra, Sage, Killjoy, and Sova. So they're going for that double Sentinels, composition there is. What are you taking on that with the Sage and the KJ?
So look, Sage and Killjoy are two characters that are absolutely just beautiful to have in any sort of a team setting. Now you've got both of them coming through with that Sage, the abilities from the Sage, potentially that ultimate can be so, so clutch. And just to have someone on your team that can hold down the line a little bit better, I think we might be looking at quite a hectic control side coming through. Of course, they are starting on the defending side. They want to make sure they've got the most amount of abilities that they possibly can to hold down the side, lock it down, make sure that Sox Up aren't going to be, rolling up on them and surprising them or whatever they need to do. So I'm interested to see how it's going to turn out. On the other side, though, I don't know. I think there is a little bit of something to be said about, the strategy that they put behind it. Oh, and it does look like we're going to have a heavy A push from the get-go, Tendo. I mean, that looks like a hard commit here.
Yeah, it's actually, going to be a very hard commit coming in over there from the side of WRG. Not too sure if Sox Up will be ready for this. They're playing double initiator. It's quite interesting. You don't really often see the Silver and the Breach on the same team at the same time like that. But we'll see exactly what happens as the round is underway. Coming through down there in A main, WRG. They did get a recon dot in. Not too sure how much information there is from that. Two-Face running in onto site, and they're already on site, WRG. They're already opening and slicing things up. The Nebulas come through, blocking vision here. And now Carl needs to try find something with the shock pods. It's gone down to a 2v2. All of a sudden, it's Yeti now who has to stabilize as the plant is going down from the Sage teammate. The shots coming through from the Ghost on top of having not really connecting. Takes a little bit of damage. Goes down to Robobo. So now pulled into a 1v1 over here, and he gets the one frag there, Kluxi. 1v1 now between the Sages and Robobo. He's going to clutch it up there on the defensive side. And that was a fast A take over there from WRG, I think. Wow, Sox Up worked well on the rotations though to get there nice and quickly, and they were able to sort it out quickly.
Yeah, I was going to call it out. The rotation coming through here from Sox Up was absolutely necessary. When we see these sort of hard commits, it comes down to those rotations. It comes down to that information, of course. And they were immediately starting the round, and then they had a full A exec coming through here from, WRG, which unfortunately, for them, didn't quite work out the way they would have wanted it to. But if we look at it, at least, they did get that spike down, but not quite the round that they would have wanted from that full investment into this one, though. Still picking up the SMGs coming into this round, so they should be pretty kitted. Going to see how they're going to change this one up. It looks like we're going to have a little bit of repeat business here coming through. Maybe a little bit more split towards middle this time around. Maybe get a little bit more control before they fully invest into that A-side take. And you can see, when you talk about those Sentinels, that control that you have with Sage as well, just to block off those, those angles, just to give yourself a little bit more space to work with, really comes through in clutch, Tendo.
Yeah, very aggressive peek coming in from the Mandalorian. Aldron's going to spot him out. Going to have to back off from that one. And WRG is once again just running in onto site here. And Sox Up doesn't really have an answer to stop them. And the shots are coming through. Yet he's blind out of his mind. Nothing that can stop him. And everything's just gone to pieces. It's crumbled. It's fallen down for WRG as Sox Up holds up well. Oh no, as soon as I say that, Ewok's creeping through here. Through the tree. He finds nothing. As they double peek him, Two-Face takes him out, and it's going to be a nice and easy anti-eco there for Sox Up. And that A hit is looking quite easy for WRG thus far, right? And they haven't had to use, a full buy just yet. It's only been pistols thus far, and they're giving up the side quite easily, the Sox Up. So I'm going to be a little bit worried to see exactly how that goes in, leading into the next few rounds. But for now, they're doing good. Eco's looking good for them as well.
Absolutely, and I'm picking up that little bit of extra cash always goes a long way. Now, a little bit more of a default play coming through here from WRG, a little bit more of a split towards A and B, seeing where they can get that control, seeing where they could possibly get a line into sight here. And you can see the exact same coming through from Sox Up here. Nice 2-1-2 set up, a little bit of more mid-control coming through, focusing that, making sure that there's no initial charges once again from WRG, because that's what they've been doing for the last 2 rounds, right? They've been super aggressive, they've been super quick on their feet. Now, we slow it down. We go to that default play, and it's the information game here that comes through. Where can we get the angle? Where can we get the opener here? Oh, a little bit of a fight going down here towards the A side, though. So Need to be a little bit careful, a little bit of a peek there, a little bit of information. Again, that's Sova, just having that ability to get the scan going through. Need to be careful though you walk. You peek around that corner, it's a Sova v Sova. Ooh, standoff here. But for the time being, you know, it's still pretty slow, taking their time, Tendo. I like what I'm seeing. They're getting the information they need to, but at some point, that push needs to come through.
Yeah, push definitely needs to come through soon. They've gotten a lot of information, WRG, and Ewok's holding on here in B main, but they're going to back off. They're going towards A once again on catwalk here. Two Faces holding things down. Cloaksy's going to look for the duel. Doesn't get the tag. Nanostorm goes out just so they can get a little bit of space to work with, and then the fault line comes through once blind, and people are starting to fall down here as Two Faces holding things up. The trades are just effective on both sides, but time is also running out now for WRG. There's no time for them to play with. They're going to have to just try and run in, but no, the spike goes down in front of Socks Up, so it's just going to be a hold down, and Ewok's just going to try and look for any kills, any exits. And yeah, I think they just took a little bit too much time there, as they had so much information to work off, maybe on the B side, but then, you know, they wanted to hit that A side because they know they've been getting access to that quite easily. The catwalk duels were a little bit lopsided. At first, it looked like things were going to go in their favor, but Two Face was holding it down there. And yeah, 3-0 right now. Nothing to really worry about yet, right? You know, but we will get an interesting buy, because Ewok isn't buying a Vandal, gonna opt for a Marshall into this round, but somewhat a full buy coming in from both sides, as well as Two Face also coming in with the Spectre. So we'll see how the duel goes through. Recon Bolt goes down mid, doesn't get too much info. Shockdart down onto catwalk, and WRG getting mid control.
Massive change here coming through in middle, and look at this, it's like a yin and yang situation right now. You've got a heavy investment there towards that B site, and just trying to find the angle. Timmy and Paul picking up immediate openers there, but King coming back there with the trade to find Timmy, putting it down to a 4v3 situation here with Two Face once again finding Ewok. It's going pretty well so far for these defenders. They're holding the line as much as they can in the midst of the chaos. As we look at it, 2v4 situation here. A bit of a spot out there. Robert just needs to just back off a little bit for the second. They don't need to invest into this one, but King, he's found Two Face. Now an opportunity here. They whittle the numbers just a little bit, have the spike in hand, can fall back, maybe take that rotation towards the A site, open it up there. You can see already a little bit of rotation coming through here. They have an insight here. The game sensors here, they have an idea. This A site is vulnerable. They want to lock it down. That spike is going to be going down immediately. Rotation still coming through. No investment from either side to start this interaction just yet. We need the numbers. They have the numbers. And Socks Up, they want to make full use of everyone that they have available here. It's a 2-1-3 here, Tendo.
Yeah, King's playing very aggressive on this position. Looking to get the frag here. Gets a couple of tags on to... Man, it's not looking good. He goes down, and it's all up to 3 now to try to hold things down. Does have some utility. Gets the one frag, which is good. Mandalorian now. It's the Astro duel. Puts down an orb. Defuse is started. The pull's in. The gravity wall is going to suck him in, and the time's going down here, and Theory's playing this to a T. I don't think Mandalorian really has an option here but to push, and there comes the clutch. The 3K in for Theory. And they did well there, WRG. I mean, it almost looked like everything was slipping out of their hands, but then King's able to, you know, recover a couple of frags and works his way into catwalk, gets the plant onto generator. Doesn't get that frag though, which would have made things a lot easier, but thankfully Tui holding things down. 3-1 now. We'll see exactly how Socks Up responds to that.
To turn around that 2v4, as you mentioned, it was just looking in absolute shambles there for a brief second. But the composure to turn that around, get the initial entries, you know, put a little bit of activity there towards that B site and use that as a diversion to get onto that A site, get the spike down and actually catch up that round. And now all of a sudden we've got the mid showdown of a lifetime, and WRD are picking up 4 kills like it's nothing. All of a sudden, okay, you've got the momentum now from that previous clutch. So you know what? Let's just do a full team wipe, a flawless round for WRG, and let's take this to a 3-2. That's immediate turnaround for WRG.
Yeah, first flawless of the day as well. So they're going to be feeling pumped about that. And I mean, if you look at what Socks Up was trying to do there, they were just trying to get those mid battles. They obviously had the lesser weapons coming into that one, you know, just trying to get that round out of the way as quickly as possible. Maybe get a little bit of eco damage, but yeah, didn't really work out in their favor. So starting to creep back up. And, you know, I was about to mention that this is obviously, you know, WRG's map pick. So to see them go 3-0 in the beginning would be a little bit questionable. But now, everything's a bit of a slow take. King's going to get spotted out by that dot as well as Turi. Trying to take some shots down there into market. The shots not really connecting. Shock dots though. Ooh, my man has been watching Hiko play because those shock dots are hitting to a T. Undgeround's going to go out as well to try to get some more information there. Carl doing so much to deter this push onto the B side. But look at where the rest of the team is. They're hanging out at A there.
Yeah, I don't know if they got a little bit of information there, but they've done a 3-2 split at the moment. So they've got 3 players fully invested in this A-side hold for the time being, trying to get that information. But look at this. Look at this change-up coming through here from WRG. A full investment towards that B-side. Only 1 member remaining. That Sage is rotating as fast as they possibly can right now to try and get some defense here. The slow's coming through. This is wasting precious, precious time at this moment in time. We're down to the 40-second marker, and here comes the execution. Trying to get onto that side. Dewey picking around. Robo picking up too. The immediate trade coming through from WRG, but it's not enough calls on something. We're looking at a 3v2 situation. Yeti finding Carl. Still, to calm it down. It's even at this moment in time. But there are defenders lurking at every corner. There are Socks Up players lurking at every corner. And WRG are fully aware of that situation. Spike going down. And now the clock is ticking. Slowly but surely here. They need to try and dissect the situation. They need to find an opening here. It could start with Killjoy there. The opening was an immediate return. But Mandalorian is here for the trade. We'll get that diffused, clutched up, and Socks Up are back up with a 4-2 round split. So, I mean, they're picking it up. It was a little bit of chaos there for WRG. And you mentioned it, right? This is WRG's pick. So, you know, those initial, I don't even know if we can call them, you know, those stutters, those, maybe the nerves getting out of it. You want to start off on your map as best as possible. That's not always possible, though. We've seen that in many FPS titles where, you know, it's their map pick, the other team does better. The other team's map pick, they do better. It's a constant swap. It's just about that day and how you play in that moment, on that day, on that map. So as we look at it, it's still pretty even. It's still pretty early, right, Tendo? 4-2. We still got plenty of rounds to look at this one. But so far, Socks Up, they might be leading this one.
Yeah, Socks Up is doing well. And WRG's once again looking for this B hit. It's King leading the charge, waiting for that recon dot. Recon dot goes through and we'll get the information that they are here. But once again, the rest of the team is on the A side. They're split, just trying to get a little bit of a fake on this side. Trying to draw a couple of rotations, but Socks Up not really giving into this. They're still, you know, distributed quite well around the map. King's gonna look back into mid, maybe find somebody over peeking here, but everyone is committing themselves towards that A side, making this rotation. Only player left is Carl on the side of B. But even he'll start to move, and WRG now gonna go for this A hit. Mandalorian on site ready. Nebula's deterring them just for a little bit. Three's already taking up a little bit of damage as they try to walk on in. Clock's also ticking down, so time's really not be on their side. The Hunter Series popped here as they're trying to enter the side, and now they're just going to try and go for the duels. King finds the one onto Timmy, and WRG is just getting kill after kill everywhere, and they've locked down the side now. Wall's going to go through as well, so now Socks Up not really with a good answer to come into this one as the rotate comes slow from Carl from the B side. Everything's going to steady up.
That was such a cleanup coming through here. I mean, the res coming through, at least Two Face going to be back into this one. So they buffed their numbers just a little bit. We're still looking at a 3v5 though. And as you mentioned, I don't see how Socks Up get into this one, especially with King doing things like this. Picking up to looking for the last one. Give it to him. Come on. Not going to be the case. But Carl will be staying alive just for the time being. But you can smell it. WRG are hungry for blood. They can smell it. They are looking for this final kill to ensure that there is no economy going into the next one. But so far, Carl is the top survivor right now. Get him on the show, man. He is staying alive at this moment in time. He has to be careful, though. There's two peeking. He's getting another. Okay, that was looking sketchy just for a moment there. I was going to say, listen, we need to check out Carl here. Something's going crazy. But still, we look at the rounds. 4-3. The looking at the economy, how's the buy going to be shifting this way, Tendo?
Yeah, it's looking a bit grim on the side of Socks up there. Fnatic pull in with the pistols. They're looking to just pull in for the next round with a bigger buy. And I mean, WRG, Eco's looking good on this side, except for Yeti, who has been getting, you know, the opposite end of the luck thus far. But, you know, the utility's coming through from him. King's going to push through once again, yeah. Cloaksy's going to peek on to the market, and they're just running it on site. Ulti goes down as well. And I mean, look at Robobo. He's on an island. He's stranded. They're going to jump on in, take him out, shift a long ways, and the rest of the team's only rotating now from Socks up if you look on the map, and they're all over here in the spawn. Ken can't see anything. He's blinded. Two-Face takes him out, but without him getting a kill on the Mandalorian first. And now Socks up find themselves in a 4v3. They're all coming from the spawn side. Everyone is posted up on the side of WRG. Look at those post-plant positions. I mean, it's almost impossible for them to enter the site at this point. And the time is ticking away. And this is looking like a 4th round for WRG as Thui, okay. Finds the one, okay, Thui, pop off right now. Can't get the other kill. Actually gets the one on the flick, gets the third. No, actually, Ewok with the shock dart. Gets him out. And WRG pulls it in to tie it up.
Wow. That is so crucial. That really puts a nail in the coffin of Socks Up's economy there. They're going to be able to get into this one still, but it's starting to get to that point where, you know, we're teetering on, okay, well, there might be an eco phase coming through here. That we might need to do a little bit of a save coming through. And, man, I love that change up there from WRG. I mean, immediately, once again, full commit to one side. You know, it's risky. It's risky because you're literally putting all your eggs into one basket and hoping that it's going to work out.
And look at where Socks Up is. They're also just anticipating the B hit, but no one is there. Everyone's on A. But they're taking a bit of time here, WRG, to get this hit on. And now they're going in. The dash is in there from King. Enters into Hell. Trades are coming through, though, from Socks Up. Rez is on as well from WRG. He walks back up on his feet, and they just got side control once again here. And I was about to mention, actually, is that, you know, Timmy was on my radar, but currently bottom fragging there. He's going 2 and 8. Isn't finding much of a good spell. Look at King. King is a madman. King is just pushing through, but the ulti comes through. Wait, he's still getting frags there, though. Socks Up is pulling back the kills, and all of a sudden it's all down to Thui, and Thui goes down, and what just happened in that round? Robobo is a rock, a pillar for the team as he comes out with a 3K.
It looks like we're talking about, you know, the King and Robobo game today. At this time, I mean, honestly, that's
you gotta splash Thui in there as well, because Thui's also just been, you know,
as well.
getting these nice picks.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, look, sometimes when you get into these grand final moments, you know, our stats sort of go out the window, and that's currently what's happening in this situation.
Yeah.
You know, both of us, we had a storyline, we did the research, we came into this one, we had a pretty good idea of what we were supposed to be looking at, and that's not the case yet. Of course, this is still just the first map of the BO5, anything can change up, but I hear you. The fact that we're not seeing the usual suspects doing what they've been doing best, especially in these recent playoffs, is a little bit alarming, but for the time being, it looks like the rest of the team, you know, they're working as a unit here. Now, King, once again, trying to get that initial peek there, but Two-Face is going to be too good with it. Takes him out instead with the trade there, and now all of a sudden, WRG, they scatter. They look for other options here, because all of a sudden, this A site is looking a little bit spicy, is looking a little dicey. Got 3 players here from Socks Up holding the defensive line. They want to make sure that WRG do not have an easy way into this one. So now, WRG, they just pull it back just a little bit. Go back to that mid position, get some information though. Need to be careful because we've got a wild Reyna, of course, in the form of Timmy peeking through, and he's getting quite close. Yep, just on the edge.
Just on the edge, Timmy gets that frag, and now WRG down 2 men. They're looking back at A. Oh, Carl, you gotta be careful using those darts there. Oh my goodness, Yeti hits a flick, a nasty flick there onto Robobo. And all of a sudden, we're tied up at 3-3, on the kills at least. Well, with the people that are up, they're looking to hit the B side as they lean towards this way. When I was about to mention how disciplined Socks Up is, right? Because no one's even looking for a lurk or a flank. Everyone's just holding their position, just waiting, anticipating that WRG does this quite often where they just flip the map. And here they are once again flipping it from the A side onto the B. Mandalorian is ready, poised, Carl. And they're running out of time here, as they don't really have time to work with. They're gonna run on site. They need to get this plant. The frags are not going in their favor as well, and all of a sudden it's falling into pieces. Carl's holding things down on the logs. My goodness, Socks Up is here to play. They've showed up, and it has just been a two-face and Carl show thus far.
Right there.
The initiators, I mentioned it earlier, the double initiator setup is quite an interesting one to be coming into this one. You don't often see it in pro play, but they're making it work. You know, the aggressive peaks, you know, with the breach always come in handy, and then obviously off the information with the silver.
Right
Socks
there.
Up, done their homework, doing good here. I don't know about how often WRG is flipping the map here is. What do you say? I think maybe they need to just start committing, you know.
I'm not sure when that initial, take doesn't quite go their way. There's just an immediate lockdown coming through here from Socks Up, and they've been so good at it. As you mentioned, super discipline coming through here from them, and they're making WRG work for this one. It's not easy whatsoever. Jet already sitting ready with the blades, just waiting for any sort of information. So keen for this one. I mean, King has been an absolute mad lad today. So to see him ready with the blades, ready to do something else, I would be worried if I was Socks Up right now. But as we turn our attention to Socks Up, look at them. You were talking about, not going for the flank. Look at it right now. Pushing through that A site and doing exactly that now.
Robobo's looking for something. He's just going to flank all the way through A and probably going to give the comms now to the team that, hey, no one's here on A, so they're most likely in the mid or leaning towards the B side right now, and they're all in mid. But the funny thing is, right, because Robobo's moving away, the A side is open, so they can walk on in. But someone's tied from behind. It's the flank. The flank's coming to fruition for Robobo and can give the information that, hey, the spike's actually going towards A, guys. We need to rotate and look at that. Carl's already on that side. Oh, Kang is actually the one that I saw. Kang's here. Kang takes down Carl. I believe that's what happened there. And Kang goes down to 2-phase 3. He's getting the frag onto Mandalorian. All of a sudden, we pulled ourselves into a 2v3. But Robobo's still in the flank position on the catwalk at the back. We're not expecting that 3. And now 1v1, the rest comes through. Pulling it to a 3v1 now. Yeti in hell, waiting. Turret is out, so Turret can provide a little bit of information before. Socks Up comes in for the retake. Gonna break it down. And Yeti, he's gonna have to find something, a moment of magic. Yes, the one drops down and the magic is not in his favor. And it goes to Socks Up.
Oh, just a perfect take there by Socks Up to get that res coming through as well. And just the distraction from Breach. The perfect moment.
And the flank from Robobo on catwalk.
Listen,
man.
that flank, we were waiting for it, right? We were talking about it. We're like, listen, where's this aggression that we could be seeing from the defenders? They've been pretty quiet. They've been sticking to their 2-3, rotating where they necessarily need to, but ultimately keeping it pretty default, which I liked. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just as we were surprised, WRG was surprised by Robobo just taking that flank and not only managing to get all the information, getting an opener, and making sure that they are containing those paths into the A site. Perfect execution into this one. And now WRG maybe turning their attention towards middle. At least they would have loved to, but Timmy is there, and Timmy says, no, this is my mid. You're not allowed to come here. But King is going to try and go with the shorty and make sure that they take the control. 2 places there for the trade, and now, Tendo, it's that B-side execution we're worried about.
Oh, they've destroyed the lockdown. The lockdown's null effect, and the gravity well plus the combination of the fault line is absolutely mangling the WRG roster here. And Carl comes through to clean it up, and look at Socks Up go, ending the half of 8-4. And I mean, yeah, they've played everything to a perfection. Again, we pull into this as being, WRG's map pick, and they wanted to start on the attack. Attacking off wasn't too great. I have a couple of questions on how often they'd flip the map and find themselves stuck in mid sometimes. There was that one fight in that one round where they did find a mid fight and everything worked in their favor, but that wasn't eco after all. So, all right, we're going to have to see some big strides in this defense here. Because, I mean, give them the pistol round, yes, Socks Up, and they're looking pretty, moving into the second half.
Oh, I'm actually shocked at this run from Socks Up. They've been so good. They've been sticking to their guns and making sure that They need to do what they need to do. So how this attacking side is not going to come through, I'm going to be very curious because they've been sticking to the default setup. They had that initial King once again being nice and cheeky and just trying to get a little bit of information. Is going to want to run away from this one because all of a sudden you peek one, you see one, all of a sudden there's three. Now this A side is under duress. Timmy opening up onto King. Yeti, they're finding two, getting a little bit of a little bit of peace to the rest of WRG because all of a sudden it's a 1-on-3 scenario and between King, between Timmy, between Timmy, everyone is just doing what they need to do.
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
Wow, I mean, everything was looking good on Catwalk for Socks Up as, they entered tree and they had so much control. But WRG just able to hold things down. And the utility comes through from the Astra. The gravity wall really slows them in that push. And yeah, I mean, they pulled that round back. They should be able to convert this round as well if they play their cards right. Obviously, Socks Up will be coming in with the pistols. They brought up the SMGs. Dot is going to go out here inside B, but won't find anything. Everyone's leaning towards A, and here's this Catwalk play again. They're in mid. They split this 3-2. Oh, King. Is King ready? King is well and ready. King gets the 2. And all of a sudden, everything is falling into pieces. King's there again, getting a third one on Catwalk. And as Carl tries to stroll in on the side, Yeti just picks him off. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the round done and dusted there. Mandalorian going to be stuck in a wine. Down to 12 HP. The shock dart. No, not the shock dart. Anything but that. He's just going to hold down. Ooh.
Yeah, WRG, they knew what they were doing there. Just a beautiful round coming through from them once again. And I'm loving this. This play coming through from King, nice and aggressive, which I love to see. It's a very different play style than what we saw versus Socks Up. They were a little bit more passive. They were a little bit more controlled. And here comes WRG, and they're like, you know what? We're just going to send Kang on Catwalk. He can do what he needs to do. We trust him. He can do it. Picks up 3, opens up that round.
Yeah. I also feel that, maybe this is exactly what they were playing into our favor, right? WRG. Start off on attack. Attack isn't, their best suit, it seems, on Ascent thus far. Defense might be where they're going to shine. Timmy now looking for some frags down mid, but there's a wall blocking him off. Catwalk is smoked. Looking for anything, but no one's really peeking that ankle. And look at the stack from WRG on the B side there. They're waiting. They're poised for this. They know that they're going to come through mid, perhaps, make their way into the B side. And they're actually closing it off. So they can't even enter the B side. They're closing off the door. They're stuck in mid now, Socks Up. Waiting for a flank, but no one's really on that position there, Timmy. He's going to have to look for something in Catwalk. Going back towards Tree. And Tui is there. Tui is somewhat solo here on the A side as they walk on in. Nebula's out. In the smoke, he gets the frag there. Oh, he gets 2 before getting taken down by Two-Face. As they try to enter the side, they still have time to work with here. They will get the plant. This is a 3v4. Plant goes down. And we'll see exactly how Socks Up plays their post-plant positions. Coming from heaven now, WRG.
This opener. I mean, we've got the recon bolt coming through here. Two-Face already picking up another. Cloaks and King finding 1 apiece each. Still looking down to this 1-on-3 scenario here. Not looking too great for the attackers. Astra left alone. Mandalorian picking up 2. Hold on a second. Now we have a different narrative. It's a 1-on-1 scenario from a 1v3. Spike is planted perfectly for Mandalorian here. He just has to play time. That Spike gonna go halfway.
You can't see him.
Don't have the angle.
You can't see him behind the generator, and there's time to get the defuse.
No, Tendo, how? That was going to be a complete clutch. Honestly, if the angle was there, it could have been it, but wasn't the case. Yeti had
found just a bit too
angles.
deep, I think.
Yeah. That
found too deep on
Can
Gen.
you imagine?
It would have been insane if he did get the clutch, and Mandalorian thus far, his utility has been superb. For him to come through to clutch that. And I mean, again, Timmy's not really performing to, the standard where we would want to see, Tulis, especially playing in Reina, right? You need your Reina to be getting those entries. You need her to be self-sufficient and getting all these frags, but not really working out. They're going to come for this mid play again. Oof. Gotta be careful. There's the orb. The orb takes the one down, and Timmy's still here. It's a Marshall v orb, and obviously the orb's gonna win that one as Kang is taking name after name here down mid on Catwalk. There's no real answer thus far from Socks Up on this attacking half. And look, they're gonna get an 8th round at this rate, WRG. And I mean, this was a save, obviously, coming in from Socks Up. So, you know, they were looking for frags here and there, but the frags weren't really favoring them. And there's still, you know, a bit of an opportunity. There's still 3 people up. They're still looking for this lead. As I say that, Thui comes through. Okay, Thui, cool. All right, he's just taking name after name. Just got to stop saying things, or else things are going to happen to the poor men here. And Kang comes through the 3K operator on Catwalk, locking things down. WRG is looking fierce on this defensive half. Socks Up don't really have an answer right now, is.
Oh, so you just want to skip past that fastest curse there?
No. Come on. What's gonna happen? You know, to BO5.
Listen, I'm surprised it happened to you first
things.
and not me. Normally it's me, so I'm impressed. But yeah, we take a look at it. All of a sudden, WRG have pulled a rabbit out of the hat. They tied up 8-8, and now they are looking for the first time within this map, within Ascent, that they will be leading the rounds. Absolute pivotal moment here for WG, not just for the momentum, but obviously on that scoreboard. We're getting closer and closer to that end line, and of course they want it. They are looking for it. King now switching a little bit of position, not holding that catwalk this time around, but still the aggressive peak is going to be coming through here. I wonder how they're going to be holding this line. I think it might be a little bit too much because they're going to pull back onto that A site, and here comes all the abilities you can ever wanted to. Reach, doing exactly what Reach is best used for, and all of a sudden, Socks Up, they have an ability here on the A site, holding the line. Hasn't been any trades whatsoever. It's just been a complete shutdown with those abilities coming through. WG have to have backed off and now reset the time.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide comes through as well to block off Evan. And Two-Face is in an odd position given where the wall is, right? No one's going to really look to clear him. He gets detained. Don't know if anyone's going to really know if he's in there. They are defusing. There's actually 2 players detained. No one is speaking. WRG get a free round of that, lockdown. Yeah, not really the way I imagined them to pull ahead in the lead there, but the lockdown comes through from Yeti, and yeah, Two-Face just stumbles. Can't really peek out, stop the defuse, and then also whoever's there in A main gets detained. I think it was Timmy. No one can defend that spike, and they just stick it. They just get the free round, and
wow.
All right.
What happened? Okay, well, I mean, if we're talking about, Ultimates, Carl, Robobo, and...
the worst thing is Two-Face is there, that's what I'm thinking about. Like, he's just there in hell. You can see the spike, but he's like, I can't do anything.
I can't do anything. I'm stuck here at this point. It happens, man. I mean, that's the beauty of abilities in Valorant, right? When that comes through the Cosmic Divide, all of it just worked to perfection, but WRG, somehow, some way, we turned this around. Now leading the pack for the first time on this map. Looking for a little bit of an option here towards Catwalk. And once again, King's going to be here on that line waiting for the moment on the high rise, but it's not going to be a surprise enough for Timmy. Finds that opener, heads on into the ace site. Closing off the angles here. Has to be careful because we still got one little bit of an area.
Through the wall!
Timmy, though, here with the clutch, going to be finding that opener. And now we're looking at that 3-on-4 scenario in favor of the attackers.
Yeah, Socks Up have done well to pull things back here. Rez is even coming through onto Mandalorian, and they are just getting spammed down there on Heaven. WRG down to Ewok now, who's dropping in. Ewok's looking for this kill. Oh, Ewok gets taken down. And their round goes off.
An immediate turnaround here from the attackers. 9-9 once again. Socks Up going to be holding the line. They don't want to be giving up on this just yet. They've been holding a pretty good, solid scoreboard up until this point, so they're not going to let it go without a fight. So far, the first map of our BO5 really going down to the wire here. Both teams, you can smell, they really, really want it.
Yeah, they definitely both wanted. It's tied 9-9 now. And we'll see exactly what kind of look on this hit we'll see from Socks Up. Very successful on that last round. Again, they're trying to get a lot of mid control, which I've noticed a lot from Socks Up here. They go for these aggressive mid peaks, and once again, here's Robobo. The wall's gonna stop him though, but gonna get a lot of information at least on where everyone is rotating on the side of WRG. It's leaning towards the B hit based on where the players are, where the spike is. They're kind of maybe waiting for this wall to fade off. Will he be looking up here though, Robobo? Oh yes. No, he's gonna get caught out there by Cloaksy. That was a timing of note there. Now, Socks Up is starting to crumble. WRG is holding up well here, and they need to find some options. And look at where the spike is, as well as, I mean, this is not a good spot here for where the call is. As the shot comes through from Kang, the recon dot's gonna go out just to deter a little bit, just for a little bit of a reposition. And now Carl needs to get some support.
30 seconds left.
We would love it right now if Carl can have some support, but Kang is on the line here, finding Mandalorian, and now Two-Face trying to get a bit of a return here, trying to get some sort of a trade, but the angles are just too awkward. The sidestep coming through from WRG is too on point, and now we're looking at a 13-second marker. 13 seconds, 10 seconds, no time for Socks Up to get into this round. They're going to have to just give it up, and WRG, once again, are going to be taking the lead. 10-9 is going to be our scoreline, Tendo, and this first map, is too close.
Yeah. It's very close. First map of the day as well, right? This is a BO5, so if this is, you know, speaking on what we're going to see later on, I think after this we have Fracture. Fracture is going to be interesting to see. That is, of course, Socks Up's pick. WRG will be starting on attack for that one. I mean, if you're looking at the numbers right now, Thui, Kang, you know, absolutely holding up the team for WRG, putting in an absolute shift, and you can see exactly why the Astro utility is so crucial in competitive games like this. Provides so many options for the team to work with. Kang's once again on catwalk, looking for some picks, and have to hold things off. Gonna dash away, and they're running in on catwalk. Socks Up. Empress is popped as well. Will King peek through the smoke? Looks like it'll hold off. The wall goes through as well. Oh, the wall gets broken down. And behind the walls, Yeti, but still up and standing behind that. Yeti gets the frag actually onto Mandalorian. Yeti's holding things down until it gets exchanged, and everyone's falling for the side of Socks Up. The trades are good from WRG. And now Robobo left here on this flank. Shorty in the hands of Kang, and the Shorty wins the battle against the Phantom. Oh no, it's 11-9 now.
Kang with a Shorty is my worst nightmare. If I see a Kang on a jet with a Shorty, I'm done. I'm out. I'm leaving the game. This is not something that I want to do. He's just been bullying Socks Up right now with that Shorty. So, hey, if it works, it works. But as it stands, all of a sudden, we are seeing a very different WRG, right? They were a little bit quiet on that attacking side. Now they're supposed to be on the defending side. They are the ones making the plays at this point in time. They are shutting down Socks Up as soon as they want to get that investment, as soon as they want to get into that site. WRG are just ready and poised for it. Beautifully coming through for Socks Up. Now, got that breach ulti ready and rocking and rolling as we head into this one. They have to still try and get into the site. The smokes are just perfectly blocking all visibility onto site. And they just have to pull back.
We just died to a shock dot from Carl. I don't know what kind of lineup that was, but that was insane. Carl goes down on site. And now Socks Up have their man advantage. They are still linked towards this B. They're walking it back, hoping that the players have rotated, but there's still players on the side here. The rest is going to come through. The flash as well. Will they clear their angles? They get the one frag. Thui doing a little bit of damage there after getting revived. And everything now is falling in to place for Socks Up as they enter onto the site. The trades, though. My goodness. They're flying wild. But they will be in the advantage of Socks Up. The plant goes down from Timmy. And now it's Yeti, King. We have to get this retake on. How will they do it? 2 against 3. Everything is set up well. for the side of Socks Up. They're looking to get their 10th round here. King does have the operator. King spots out Robobo. If Robobo picks that one off, I feel like King's going to take his head off. Here's someone on his left. Gets the one frag over there onto Mandalorian's gonna re-peek. No angles, gets the one trade on top over there, Yeti, and now it's a shorty once again. He won't do it. He won't do it. He's a shorty! The shorty! What is this? He's a madman with a shorty. Does he have time? He does have time comfortably, and they're gonna find themselves onto match point. What a retake from WRG. Just the two men there, Yeti and King.
Match point.
King.
My goodness, Ez, what do you even say after that?
I'm gonna say, listen, we need to have a chat with King and the shorty usage because it's getting a little bit nuts, man. It's getting a little bit nuts. A beautiful opener there from WRG. Honestly, just poised, and it was so quick that they were able to actually find those openers, reposition to make sure that they're not in an awkward battle. That dash comes back from the Jet. They retake it once again as a duo this time around. Oh, the angles were just so good. And I mean, that's what you want. When you take that retake, those crossfire angles, they are the perfect way to get into any sort of a retake scenario here. Now for WRG, on that 12 points, 9-12, have a massive opportunity here.
Oh, the shock darts from Ewok does so much damage on the Sage. It's just a bit too much.
It's a little too much.
You know, gonna have to force the heal out, I'm pretty sure, as well. So now they're just holding things here. Socks up. They're really not. Okay, here they go. They're gonna explode onto the side, but the utility once again is so much from WRG. It slows everything down. Two Faces in. Two Faces gonna look to close down the doors as they make their way onto side. There's just the one, and they take care of him. Ewok goes down, and yeah, this is exactly how you need to start building back to get this comeback. And look at this white spin from Timmy. Timmy goes down to Cloaksy. That was a bit odd coming from there. And now the wall's still up. Actually, this is a second wall. This is in a different position. This is blocking out the side of here where Mandalorian is, who's on the flank, where WRG was trying to get in from B main. And now Robobo, dazed, holding onto the angle from the alley. Yeti has to come in with 2. 3 goes down on top of Market. Yeti gets the peek into B main, gets the frag onto Mandalorian, and now it's Two-Face who has to hold down the side here with Carl. Yeti's running out of time. Yeti's probably just gonna look for the exit frags as they peek over here. And yeah, no, not gonna get that one. Two-Face closes up the round and they find their 10th here. Socks up.
The double cosmic divide coming through from both sides. You can see everyone was just throwing anything and anything they could into that B-side take, either trying to hold it down, trying to get into it for the retake. Both teams were literally just throwing everything they possibly could into this one. Looking at it now, though, Tendo, I mean, this is a pivotal point, right? We could be going to the 13 here for WRG, or Socks Up have an opportunity here to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, we might get an overtime. We'll see exactly how it goes. Look at where Spike is, though, for Socks Up, right? So this is just them trying to fake, you know, the B-side out, trying to get a couple of rotations coming in from the team of WRG. They do have 2 players, and I love where Thui's playing as well, you know, kind of waiting to see exactly where this hit is going to come from, and then, you know, rotating towards that side. They're coming through mid here, and they're going to commit for A based on just this rotation. They're going to try to get this control down tree, and who's there waiting? The big bad wolf. You know who it is. It's King, and King doesn't get flashed just yet. They're going to try to clear him. They haven't cleared him. He's still in that position. They have made their way onto side. Timmy gets one frag. Yeti gets a frag. Carl gets a frag. The trades are all over the show. All of a sudden, now it's down to a 3v2. The plant goes down. And Socks Up, looking to close this one up, get this 11th round in. See exactly what happens. Robobo's holding things down in A main. And yeah, I think it's, you know, stabilized quite well. I love where Robobo's going in here. He's trying to reposition. Gonna try to catch off where Ewok is on Catwalk in that tree position. Ewok hard peeking here. Gonna drop down. Ewok gets the 1 frag. Ewok gets the 2nd frag. No, actually gets the trade on from Cloaksy. And all of a sudden, it's down to a 2v1. Has to stick the defuse. Not much he can do here. And yeah, they're gonna close it up. Wow, everything just went well for Socks Up. It's 11-12 on the first map. We're looking to get into an overtime. Will Sox Up be able to do this? Will we see a different look from them? I mean, look at, the leaderboard right now. Two-Face is putting up an absolute shift here to hold things down for the teams of Sox Up. 3 on the opposite end, the Astra, the controller, controlling things. And I mean, yeah, Ez, are you ready for an OT, or is this where WRG closes it up?
Listen, yeah, we were talking about the caster's curse earlier. Now you're trying to do these OT things. Listen, man, listen.
Oh, look how hard the hit is coming from Sox Up. And look how much they're
Investment
committing
here.
down the line over there on WRG.
Oh, it's a full investment from both teams. I mean, WRG, they're just pushing. It's literally a yin and yang situation right now. You've got Sox Up trying to push on to the B side. You've got WRG pushing right on through from A. They've literally cleared spawn at this point in time. WRG are literally surrounding Sox Up in this very moment. So while they're focusing on the A, while they're focusing on the B side, they're just trying to get into this one. They have no idea that they are about to be swarmed. They need to get into cover as soon as possible. Still have to find Ewok on the site here. They're going to be finding him once. Now they need to be ready for the rest of the swarm. WRG here poised and ready for this retake, but so is Mandalorian. Nice little trade there coming through from Stewie. We still look to the 3v4 scenario in favor of the attackers at this time. Robo Bobo is making sure that they are doing everything and anything they can to hold on to this one.
Yeah, and I mean, it's looking good. Yeah. Oh, wait, Cloaksy finds the one frag onto Timmy, but yeah, gets shut down quickly by Two-Face, who has been a unit thus far on ascent. And I mean, let's get the popcorn out, ladies and gentlemen. It's looking like this is going to be the final we were all promised for. We're getting, oh, wait, Yeti is still trying to make something here. But Yeti goes down to the hands of Carl. And here we go, onto OT.
Sides. Overtime.
First map, OT.
5.
I mean, we said it, two best teams in the country, they've played against each other in multiple grand finals. So this is bound to happen, right? This is a rivalry that goes long and deep. And I mean, highlight players so far, like we've been mentioning, Two-Face. The breach utility has been absolutely superb thus far, opening up the side, getting a lot of information for the team and, just helping them get on towards the side.
Right there.
Especially when you don't have, your star performer or in Timmy performing on the day, like is what's happening right now compared to where King is right now. King on the opposite end. Wow, King, just every opportunity, every inch you give King, he takes it.
Listen, King, when we talk about King, all I can think about is the shorty. So that's the only thing. Shorty and catwalk. That's all I think about when I see King. But as we look at it, I mean, I'm loving the difference in play styles between these two teams. You can see why they are such good rivals. And it is, that super passive coming through, that super passive play style coming through from Sox Up. And then WRG coming through with just such a brazen, such a bold play style, especially when we looked at that last round with that full 180 flank that we were talking about. But now we've reset. We're back into OT. Economy is not a concern at this point in time. They should be set into this one. They should be able to take this and make a statement. I think at this point, Zendo, it's about that momentum. Whoever gets the start here, whoever gets that first initial momentum step is going to be the ones to try and carry it through.
I feel momentum's definitely in Sox Up favor as well, right? Because WRG pretty much had it in the bag at a point. I feel like it was 9-12. Wasn't it? And then they just strung together rounds. And love this spot, yeah. Getting a lot of first contact for Yeti on catwalk. Got information that Timmy's there. Timmy sitting with the operator, trying to pop a couple of shots here, Yeti. Op shots come through. And everything still seems very default from both sides. We've split 3 onto the A side with the spike. Will King and 3 find any contact there? It does look like they're going to start to make this rotation back and just commit themselves, maybe towards mid, maybe to look for this frag onto where Timmy is. Maybe wait for an over-rotate. But yeah, this is an OT, ladies and gentlemen, in Valorant. Very slow until everything just all of a sudden explodes. Because no team wants to give each other, a little bit of room to work with. But Ace King looking for this aggressive peek. Takes a couple of shots onto Carl. Carl now going to identify that these players here might pull some rotations from the A side where Sox Up is positioned.
An immediate slowdown, though. So, I mean, not a full commitment here coming through from Sox Up. They're still holding the line. And they've
30
always been
seconds
so good at holding that discipline. And instead, look at that. As soon as that disengagement comes through from WRG, Socks Up know that this is a fake. They're going to rotate right back around to A side. If we get the double fake here coming through, it might be something, but there's no time for that. There's 17 seconds left, and they still need to take the site here. WRG are desperate to try and find an opening here, but Two-Face coming through, opening it up with Robo Bobo. We're down to a 2-on-2
there's still time.
scenario here. 7 seconds left. They can get the spike down. They need to be careful here, especially with the push coming through from Timmy, who finds Dewey. That's the
Oh, and the dismiss. So well timed.
No.
I mean, what do you do as Ewok in that situation? The peak was on perfect, you know what I'm saying? He could have gotten the kill dismissed there. And now we
this is
find
beautiful.
Socks Up on the match point here.
That is
With Socks Up being down so much, right? Before, you know, we got into this overtime, you really would have given it to WRG, but WRG seemingly fumbling the bag a little bit. They need to find this round. They need to lock things down, but the defensive half has been good thus far. We'll see what kind of look we get from the attack here from Socks Up and them as well. Getting this split here, this 3-2. Just waiting for a little bit of first contact. The wall goes down here on the side of WRG from Cloaksy. Shock darts again coming through to be a little bit of a deterrence. Yeah, you can see Two-Face is weary of those shock darts now. He's just like, no, I'm not going to get... Oh, there it comes. He's like, I'm not going to get those orbs until you use those shock darts.
Listen, the shock darts today have been on something else. But look at this one. Cheeky B coming through here. Bobo just spotting out that angle there, but then the 1-2 coming through here from WRG. I love it. The bait and switch is perfect here, and now an opportunity for them to hold the line even further. Socks Up pushing towards that A side, making a full investment, as is WRG. Now every single player on this map is towards the exact same side. Oh, a little bit of a stun coming through, but Timmy on site. And the spike going to be going down there with Mangalorian. This time they're holding that heaven spot. They're making sure there's no pushes coming through for this one. Spike is down, and now the retake is on.
Two-Face is in a great position here, but they know. But if you can get maybe one frag, buy a little bit of time on this retake from WRG, it's going to be good. Timmy goes down, and that's kind of been the story for the day, but there's a couple of exchanges coming through, and we're down to a 2v2. Now, oh, it's all crumbling into pieces now. The shot comes through from King, and it's a shorty. Once again, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him. He does it. We're going to go into another OT here, ladies and gentlemen. The shorty of King just doesn't miss. It finds frag after frag. WRG get the retake. After it was looking so good for Socks Up to close things up here as we're in for another OT.
Oh, King.
Like, whenever I use a shorty, it doesn't do that, man. Like, what's going on, man? Someone check that. I don't know.
Someone trade me. Enable trading in Valorant just so I can get his shorty. I don't know. It didn't... Oh, this is madness, Tendo, as you like to say. And now, if we look at it...
It is indeed.
If we look at it, yeah. WRG once again on the attacking side, which is really where we saw them shine previously. So I'm very curious to see if we're going to see the same sort
I love this. They're just waiting for someone to over... They're just waiting for maybe someone to over-rotate, but look at the angle that's being held here by Timmy. Oh, wait! Stewie's on one! Right now, gets down Timmy, and then King's gonna dash onto the side. Gonna try to get the frags. The frags, though, from Mandalorian holding things down. We're down to a 3v3. King on side, holding them off from their spawn. And now it's gonna have to be a full-on retake here from Socks Up. And that happens so quickly. And it's just not Timmy's day, it looks like, man. You'd hope, holding that angle, that he gets at least one frag to try to stop this. But now, oh, I love the side that they're coming from. They're trying to not come in from where everything seems expectable, and the trade comes through, down to 2v2. And they're just kind of juggling which alley they're going to enter from here, right? They don't really know thus far, WRG, because they keep going back and forth. But the smoke, of course, is also obviously deterring them. Flash comes through. Flash won't get anybody. He's Robobo. Robobo gets the one frag, and there's one more. Wait, he closes up. It's done there. They're going to get the round.
No way.
Oh, wait, do they have time, though?
Okay.
Just enough.
we can't.
Oh, zeros. Look at the time when the clock there is just enough.
Match point.
Again, Socks Up is in the advantage in the OT. They can close it up over here, but again, it's this half where things have been so difficult for them, the attacking half. They need to look for something different, have a different look at this attack, because, I mean, we can't keep going on like this, at least for them, right? Because eventually WRG is just going to snap on. You're going to get, a King getting these entry frags
Careful there.
with the shorty.
Shorty.
But yeah, they're looking for this B hit. Oh, wait, no, they're pulling away. Back to mid, it looks like. Spike's also rotating all the way through A. Maybe they're just trying to make a lot of noise here in mid/B to try to draw a couple of rotations, but a lot of discipline from WRG as they just hold up their line.
And not engaging against this one. Holding the line, making sure they get the information they need to, but they need to be prepared for this A-side take, right? King, once again, nice and aggressive to try and get that early information. They're going to use the dash to just fall back off the line. Now has to hold this. Timmy's going to be finding the entry this time around. Gets a little bit of revenge. Opens up that A-site, and now they have an opportunity here to get the spike down. It still has to get into sight. Take the cross. But look at this rotation coming through. Cloak's going to be finding Timmy. All of a sudden, we're looking to a 4v4 scenario here. And you can see WRG, they are angsty to get into this one. They want to get that opener as soon as possible. Awkward angle here for this one. Looking at the right side.
Ooh,
Something else.
Last player standing.
Everything's just falling pieces by pieces. The defuse is coming through from Ewok, and Robobo needs to come through the smoke, or else, oh, he gets him through the smoke, and Robobo's here, he's gonna lock things down, but no, Dewey! And the half defuse means we're going in for another one, as, just trying to really see what was going on in that round. There was so much Astro utility used there, and Yeti was just tucked away in the corner against our Mandalorian, and that's exactly where everything just starts to fall into pieces there in that round. As the frags just start, flying left, right, and center for both teams, and now you can even drive to the store and come back, and we'll probably be here still in this bout between these two teams.
Oh, I can't even fathom the amount of back and forth that this is going to end up, because it has. It's as soon as we get that side swap, there's an equal give and take here, and so far it hasn't been going either side too convincingly that I can say, okay, without a shred of doubt, surely XYT is going to be taking this map, because it's been so even. Both teams have been trying everything they possibly can in their arsenal, and now, you know what? Let's just go straight through middle. This is the second thing that we can try. Let's just go right through middle. Let's find Robobobo. Ken can do what he needs to do. Ken can do everything right now. Finds Timmy as well. Onto the second kill. Now they have so many possibilities. Ken is still being a nuisance finding Two-Face. Immediately, though, Carl finds the trade, finally. But now look at Carl in a 1-on-4 scenario. Spike's going down on these sites. And Carl, once again, is the mighty survivor of Socks Up.
Yeah, and
Deploying drone.
everything just went down in mid there in this round pretty much. As soon as Robobo's unable to maybe get one frag there to try and help the reinforcements there, where we saw Timmy, everything just goes down, and finally WRG here in the lead. WRG can close this one off.
Match point.
But here we go. As they pull up to their positions. Hard to really predict which way this is going to go, right? Because one moment you think that, Socks Up's attack's not looking too great, and then they, just whip it out the bag.
Right here.
And vice versa. It seems both defensive halves are the stronger for both.
Track them down.
And Ewok purchasing the Odin. This is about to get toxic, as you just know.
Listen, I love it. I love it. I love it. And honestly, Ewok with the Sova today has been such a nuisance for Socks Up, and here we go. You know what? If it wasn't the shock bolt, we can now deal with the Odin. Okay? This is my alleyway. You do not come here. I own it.
Lol.
Oh. Hey, but you gotta do what you gotta do as the defenders, right? You need to make it as difficult as possible for Socks Up to try and get into any sort of an angle here. But look at this. We were talking about the mid-take here for WRG. Now we're talking about the mid-take here for Socks Up. They're going to be finding one immediate trade-off there from Dewey. But we still have to take the site. We still have to find all the angles here, Tendo.
Yeah, there's two on side as well. Gravity Wall's gonna stop them for a little bit. It's Ewok and Thui who are on the side. They've been spotted out as well, so they know exactly how to attack the situation. They've been dealt with so quickly by Two-Face. Hello, wait, what?
One enemy.
It didn't even phase them. They just walked on side here. Timmy's all of a sudden alive with a 3K. Timmy and 2K.
Overtime.
You know, we just have a production in the back of our ears over here. It's just like, when does this end? Oh my gosh. And we don't know as well, yeah, you know. It's just going back and forth. We're 15-15 here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining in, this is the All-Stars Underground, brought to you by Incredible Connection and Middle State. I mean, we're having a great time. Those far. Who's going to take it at this rate? WRG, Socks Up. I mean, they're both just giving us, you know, a show what we all just came for.
Well, at this point, I mean, both sides have been trying something else. You know, they've been trying, okay, cool, let's get this mid-take. Then Socks Up literally takes a page from WRG's book. It's like, listen, we can do mid-takes as well. Yeah, let's show you what we can do with mid-takes. Now, all of a sudden, we've got an immediate full investment coming through here from WRG into that A side once again. Old Faithful, potentially here we come. WRG looking for the angle here. King once again on the front line, looking for that entry. Clock's going to be finding a Robo, and now, all of a sudden, Socks Up need to hold the line here because WRG, they have found an opening. They have found one step closer to the next round. Gonna get that spike down as soon as possible. Love action all around them. And Socks Up, of course, poised and ready for this retake. Have rotated already, just looking for that angle. Trying to get some information here. Gonna get spotted out here. Timmy and Two-Face, the duo from Hello!
Timmy and Two-Face just assert themselves onto the side.
What are you... Why? When?
Two-Face is 32 and 23 right now, guys. Thui's 35 and 21. It's going down in this grand final. Yeah, Kang's also on the 30 bomb. I mean, wow. Timmy went from, you know, being bottom frag and, you know, just working his way down the middle to all of a sudden second fragging, and you know he's just here now. He showed up doing exactly what we need to see from the Reina, and again we're flipping things around. WRG is definitely better on the defensive half. Socks Up has to close it up now because oh my goodness, you know we can't keep going like this. This is too much. It just goes. It's like flipping a coin at this point, and they're hard committing to the B side, yeah. And once again, it's this long rotation that's coming through from the A side over there, through a main, through their spawn, from King, from Thui. Will they catch them out? Last time it didn't really happen. But here they are, they're holding things up.
They've got full information right now. They're literally in spawn. They're in middle. That rotation with the server is going to come through. They're going to be poised and ready for this B-take, but it might be too little too late. Here comes the push here from Socks Up. They've made an opening to the site. There's technically only one person on the actual site holding the line, and with getting shots through the smoke like that onto King, nonetheless, it might be a different story, but Yeti and Clocks are here to find the openers themselves. 4-2 is the numbers right now. Not looking too great for Socks Up. Still need to get the spike down, and they are surrounded. They are stuck at this moment in time. You've got 38 seconds left on the clock, and they haven't yet found a safe path to get to the site. Literally every single angle is covered with the WRG member holding the line and just waiting for them. Thui and Cloaks coming through. There we have it, tied up once again, 16-16.
Switching sides. Overtime.
And no fastest first.
Yeah, 16-16. I mean, look, if you look at it, right, both teams' defensive halves are better. So basically what keeps happening is as soon as we flip sides, they start to tumble the bag on the attacking halves. And look, WRG has to break the cycle basically right now. If they win on this, they can close things off on the defensive half. But if they can't get this one in, then it kind of just seems like, what's that old saying of insanity? You know, you just do the same thing over and over again. Yeah, it's kind of what's going on.
We're trying different things, but it's still not working.
Yeah, here and there. look what the KJ is playing though on the A side. This could be a big duel there. That could be a big entry frag. Ooh, no, it's not. Robobo holds that one down, and what did I say? Here it is again. WRG's attack suffering as they try to enter the gravity wall from Mandalorian. Absolutely stops them in their tracks. And I mean, yeah, Ewok gets one frag onto Mandalorian, but so much damage has been done. King's at least on the side, has a little bit of side control to work with. What do you even do now? WRG. Look at where Ewok is with the spike as well. They're going to blow him out. Is he safe in that position? He is just a little bit. Oh, wait, King. King holds it down. Pulls it into a 2v2 now. Ewok still has the spike. Ewok still needs to get onto side. Ewok's outdrawn, at least spots one player. I don't know if he saw Robobo. Has to make this wide swing. They might swing together. They might try peek this. King holding the angle. Heal comes through as well. They have the HP advantage. He's King. King swings out. King wins the duel. Actually, it's Ewok from the back lines. Ewok's making his way onto the site now. And WRG can break the cycle now. As it looks like, as the plant goes down.
Last player standing.
I was going to say, that is a beautiful double peek coming.
Wait, he's just going to stick it. Wait, he's
taking the long rotation.
No! Ah! And he gets the frag on top of that, Carl! Oh my goodness.
For a brief moment, you saw our insanity going there.
All right, it's cool.
Okay, I'm going to take some water.
You know, I thought we were only going to go the distance in terms of like us going the full BO5, but not the distance on Ascent only, guys. I mean, wow. King and Ewok played that so well together. You know, they're at a big disadvantage just based off the position where the spike is. They get the frags, they get the plant down, but yeah, the frags just not going in their favor.
Oh, try to break it down here. It's exactly that. The defensive side has generally been the side to pick it up, but now it's looking like the attacking side is picking up that angle, is picking up that slack. But either way, we've got both teams literally swapping points as we go. Huey there picking up Timmy, opening it up, hoping that this might be the option here that they can use for the A site. Down to a 4v5. Spike still relatively invested towards that A site, but they've got time. 1 minute left, and they can still fully do a rotation. WRG holding to their straights right now, holding the line, not leaving sight, not going for any sort of flanks because they want to be ready for this take. And King once again on the high rise, opening up to Robo. And we're finding that first initial frag and now looking for a little bit more. 3 on 5. This is looking fantastic for WRG. King once again finding Two-Face. This might be the cycle that breaks it all, but unfortunately for Sox Up, it's not going their way. Mandalorian and Carl doing their absolute best to try and find an opener here, but once again, when it comes down to these final moments, WRG just pick up the slack. They just pick up, I don't know what they do. Maybe they take a sip of water, Tendo, but all of a sudden, the shots are hitting. And they are holding the line once again. Down to Carl in a 1-on-3 scenario. 12 seconds left, 10 seconds left. Spike still has to go down. I can't believe I'm going to say this, but we're 17-17 going into the next overtime.
Switching sides.
I mean, what do you even say at this point, right? It's
that's why you
what,
never mentioned the
you
never mentioned
4 OTs at this point.
You
don't say it. You don't say it. Are we starting something here? You know, the two of us as like there's those casters that always cast the specific games that just always have the OT games, right? Are we there now? All of a sudden. Stop it. All right. Well.
Okay. Let's reset it.
We flip it again. Yeah, flip it again now. WRG is on the attack. King is looking for something down here in B once again. And it's an interesting split from Sox Up. They're anticipating the A hit. They don't have anyone really on site. So, you know, a big reason why a lot of this is just going back and forth. It's just the utility usage, right, from the Astros, I feel. You know, the Astros are a really big play. They're just slicing up the site and, you know, comboed with the Sage, especially when you get gravity walls and the slows. It's just delaying so much of these side takes, you know, from the attacking side here, I think. And that's exactly why it just keeps on going deeper and deeper. And Days Robobo once again doing exactly what he's doing best. The Orb, the Nebula. It's just a combo of utility that slows the attacks down over and over again. Kings, though, coming from Catwalk, I believe, getting some kills, getting some frags there with the backup of Tui. In the corner is Timmy. Timmy, classic in hand. Interesting that he has a classic. He's pulling around the corner. No, this time he won't get the kills. He walks in. They've got the site now, WRG, as they're going to try to get the plant. But, oh, there is that breach utility once again, forcing them to plant in not a favorable position. Everyone is low, except for Ewok on the side of WRG.
Alarm bot down.
And now, going to be a retake here for Socks Up.
Ewok, though, even with the low HP, picking up that initial frag, and now it's a 1-for-1-for-1 trade coming through. Down onto the 1v1, Yeti holding the line here, last attacker to hold the spike.
What?
He's saying, no thank you, through the wall, I'm just gonna grab a shot. Defuse the bomb, and here we go. We start off with Stocks Up now, picking up that initial round. Now, though, is that crucial moment. This is where this keeps happening. Whoever picks up that first round, they just fumble the next. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the nerves. I don't know if both teams are just as done with the scent right now. They just want to get over this map, and they're too eager to do that, so they don't hold down to, you know, what they should be doing. They don't hold down to their straights. Or potentially, it's the pressure situation for both sides, right? If now WRG under pressure, now all of a sudden, are we going to be seeing those massive king, you know, shorty headshots? Are we going to be seeing all the shots land? I don't know if it's the anxiety of you're so close yet so far, or if it's just the pressure that is what both teams need to perform at their absolute best here.
Yeah, and they're leaving the spike this time around. No one's really holding onto it this time for Socks Up. Two-Face leading the pack on the opposite end over the Kluxies, holding it down from their spawn. KJ's onside Yeti. Slow round, because, I mean, Socks Up needs to break the cycle, right? This is it. They win this, they get this map done, they take their opponent's map pick, they pull into theirs for fracture, and then they can really get the ball rolling from there, especially if they take that one as well. And once again, it's the utility usage from, you know, the Sages, from the Sentinels, that double Sentinel setup, right? It's just, well, it's not double Sentinel, right? Because Astro's a controller, but just the amount of utility that's being used is just delaying so much of these takes. Mandalorian just looking for a couple of picks. Spike's going to be right now with Carl. Wall comes through from Timmy and Robobo to try enter through with the flash. It's going to stop them for a little bit, but yeah, they've got side control. They're going to close things off. Timmy might be a little bit aggressive and might walk through the spawn, but oh, Yeti's still there. Yeti's the solo player on the side. Yeti, if he can get one frag, it'll be good. He does get the one frag onto Timmy. The time's running out. He have 4. Socks Up. And once again, it looks like WRG's defense is going to be good for it. And they're just getting frag after frag. Ewok takes down Mandalorian.
I am going to lose it.
I'm going to lose it.
Listen, I've had some long games before. I've had games go up for 2 hours before. It's happened before, but to see this happen, I literally... my production is shouting at me now. I literally just want to break down the stamina that it takes for one game like this in a BO5 standing. They still have matches after this, Tendo. They still have another few matches after this.
Potentially 4 maps to play, right? You know?
Both teams.
So now you have to really pull in whose stamina is going to be better, you know? Because now the big game temperament really has to kick in. It's going to be a very hard A-hit, it looks like, from WRG, the way they're lining things up. And Socks Up, spread across the map, defaulted as they are. Slow, steady. It looks like WRG is going in for this approach. They need to get this right, because if they can get this, they can break the cycle, as we keep talking about. But as soon as that utility starts to get popped through, you can see it's already placed through over there by Mandalorian. As soon as they can get some first contact, yeah, there it is. Smokes are probably going to pop. Smoke is popped. Dash comes through from King. King's looking for something. He's running into the nanoswarm to try see if anyone's inside hell. No one's in hell. They've got the site now to work with. There's many members of the team of Socks Up on top of Catwalk. The wall's also up. Can they find the plant? The plant is going to go down. It's going to have to be a 5v5 retake now. And this could get very hairy for the team of Socks Up. These post-plant positions are really good from WRG. And they're waiting, they're poised. And I mean, this could be it, as if they can get this round, if they can win this attacking half, that's it, the cycle's broken. But look at Thui, Thui's taking a lot of damage. Robobo gets the 1 kill onto Ewok after Ewok gets the 1 frag. And now it's a 4v4, 2 players a week on both sides. The frag from Klutzy there, and they're trying to lock things down. It's down to a 1v1. The trades effective from everywhere, and it's Timmy. Timmy, no, it can't. It's Klutzy. They've done it. They're gonna get the res on top of it just to gloat in front of their faces. They've won an attacking half.
Match point.
WRG can now work off this with their defense. I mean, look, if we're gonna have to look back and how things were, you can't, this isn't looking good for Socks Up, right? They're not looking good on the attack thus far. WRG can close this one off. Threes on a 40 bomb, ladies and gentlemen. Can we just get a round of applause for that? Playing a controller, nonetheless, right? I mean, wow.
Now, look, I was going to say, when we talk about the Astros on both sides, they have been so crucial
Pivotal.
to both teams,
Yeah.
to their success. It has been these Astros coming through with the utility they've been placing, with the utility they've been using. I mean, the double cosmic divide, that one round, that is key to everything we've been seeing so far for both sides. Now WRG here in a pivotal moment has an opportunity and is holding the default line. They do not want to heavily invest into anything. They don't want to let go of anything at this moment in time. They want to have as much as possible in their favor. Looking at this now, the rotation coming through, a lot of execution going here through to the B site. A lot of abilities being invested into this one single site. A nice little couple of shots coming through the smoke. Not connecting, there it is. Cloaks finally finding that last connecting bullet. Ewok here on the site now has to defend, has to waste the time for their teammates to rotate on in and hold the line. Robo and Two Fates though say no. Going to be taking out one apiece each, down to the 3-on-4 scenario here in favor of Sucks Up. Spike is planted now. Looking at it, this retake might be a bit of a hairy one. A lot of damage being dealt. Both Sages not feeling
Robo's on
too
an
healthy, but here
island.
comes the Mad Lad King coming through, finding Robo Tendo.
All right. What's going to happen, yeah? Because, I mean, if Socks Up wins this, then, the entire theory is being debunked. And now Theory's going to get the one frag now. And it's going to have to be up to Two-Face and Mandalorian to hold things down. Mandalorian goes down. It's Two-Face. Two-Face now. Two-Face has the ulti! Are you even ready for it, Cloaksy? No, he's going to play time. He's not looking for the peak. He knows he wins this on time. Oh, beautiful. Wonderful positioning. Yeah.
I'm in shock.
Switching sides.
Because, we hear talking about how it's just been a cycle of, defensive wins only, and then they both come through and win on their attacking halves, and you just don't know what to say after that, right? I mean...
They've been changing it up since this overtime started, right? They've been trying different things. They've been trying the full invest in mid-takes. They've been trying the splits. They've been trying to do the double fakes. It's just both teams are trying different things at the same time, causing us to have this one-to-one win. At this point in time, we need a full lockdown from either team. They need to do either a complete change-up or go back to the basics, go back to what they're comfortable with and stick it to them. Because at this point, we were saying that this was going to be close, but statistically, we should be looking at WRG here, especially on their map pick. This should be their game. But so far, Sucks Up, they have been looking like a different beast completely.
Ooh, King is going to be super aggro. Robobo goes down to Cloaksy, Battle of the Sages, and I believe King might have infiltrated enemy lines, perhaps. Not too sure on exactly where his positioning is. They get the plot down now, WRG. They're looking to get this off.
Ooh.
King gets another kill onto Timmy. Timmy goes down there. And Sucks Up in a bit of a dilapidated position now. They have to retake with 5 members still up on WRG. And the utility from Two-Face. Two-Face, hello? Two-Face again coming through. Mandalorian goes down to the hands of King, though, in those exchanges. And it's all up to Two-Face. But Two-Face has just been a rock for this team and won't be able to... look at that. Is that 20 on the board right now?
Match point.
Like,
Yes.
wow.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes. That's what we're looking at. Tendo, listen, at this point in time, let's do a little bit of theory crafting. Okay, so we just had WRG winning this round. They're on the defensive side now. What do they need to do to secure this round?
Yeah, interesting, right? I think they're going to have to just keep delaying, because that's what's been working, at least on the defensive halves for both teams, right? Utilizing the the Astra and the Sage to just delay these hits. Try bleed out the clock. But we're gonna have to see something big from Socks Up as well from this, attack, because that lost attacking half that they won, if not for the heroics of Two-Face, it wouldn't have gone down, right? So, Timmy, lurking here, coming into Catwalk, looking to wake his way into tree. Three is waiting, poised and ready. Oh no, on the corner, there's Kang. Kang gets the 1 kill onto Timmy. I didn't even see King there. Yikes. They will be able to rotate into the side, at least for the most part. There is one in hell, Ewok and King. Now in this position, Ewok! I don't know what happened there with Ewok. It really looked like he was in a good spot to get that kill, but kind of tumbles the bag, and he's pulled the numbers now back. And it's a 4v4. Good plant here for Socks Up. And I mean, yeah, if Socks Up wins this attacking half, then I don't know. We're gonna have to just throw everything out the window in terms of what we prepared for. Mandalorian is looking to do a sneaky flank. Oh, there's many frags popping off here on side. All of a sudden, it's down to 2v2. It's Two-Face who goes down. No one's on site here. Mandalorian is far. They're defusing. Oh, but the gravity well, so well timed. He sees the one. He sees King. King goes down. It's all up to Mandalorian. Mandalorian comes through for the clutch. 2020.
Switching sides.
What do you even mean, man?
That was a 1v2.
Yeah, someone has to call a timeout.
Listen, please. Let's if not for them, for us, please. Okay, let's break it down. So, again, WG, they get that initial peak on the attacker side. They get that initial round. Its defending side starts off really well. I mean, they're ready for it. They've got the information. They start switching up, the agents of the hero. I mean, Ewok gets pushed to the A site. Then all of a sudden, we've got Socks Up actually going to that A site, going to the exact same site. Unfortunately, a little bit of mistiming there. Maybe thought that the smoke was a little bit further than it was. Tried to get to the other angle, thinking, well, who's going to suspect me here? Awkward timing, gets taken out. And then all of a sudden, we've got Socks Up and WRG just going absolutely ham. They get more entries than Socks Up, but Mandalorian, once again, you know what I was talking about, those Astros? Once again, the Astra comes in clutch.
The Astra impact, man. It's been insane. And I mean, the call for Mandalorian to go onto Catwalk and get that flank through the tree, they just weren't expecting that. King goes down. Yeti goes down while trying to defuse. And again, it's just the delaying that is winning these rounds with the Astros. The gravity well stopping the defuse, obviously, coming out now. I think the VCT record for the longest game is 24-26, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was 100 Thieves versus Luminosity Gaming. Are we about to see something along those lines? No, let me not do that before the production comes over here and does something to me. We'll see exactly what happens, though. They say we may as well break records, and you know what? It is what it is. Very interesting round thus far. And look at what's happening in mid. Look at this battle that's about to wage through. As WRG is just asserting their way through mid now as they run through, but there's so much utility that is just being thrown at them right now. It's the flashes, it's the slows, and it's going to hold things so just a little bit. 1 minute on the clock now.
So much noise now made by WRG trying to get into this mid take here. King now perfectly poised, and they're going to leave him there. They're going to do a full back 180 to the A side and leave King to do an absolute madness there with the flank. Will be potentially able to do a little bit of containment there or hold the line. But in the meantime, we tune our attention to Robo. Mandalorian picking up the kills. King there from the back line, finding one at least, but still we're looking at a 2v3 scenario here for WG. Spike dropped on site, and now it's all down to King, who was supposed to be the surprising flank, who was supposed to be, the last member that Socks Up was supposed to expect. He was supposed to be a surprise element, and unfortunately, that side take didn't go the way the WRG needed it to go.
Oh, they're not looking at this. Oh, he's made noise. He's made the
10
noise,
seconds
though.
Left. 10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
it doesn't really have time.
Spike still has to be found. It's just not a case. I mean, a nice, beautiful round there from Socks Up, holding to their lines, making sure that they're not giving anything for free to WRG. But now, they're on the attacking side. And this is crucial for them. We've said this time and time again. You get that first round, fantastic. Now keep up that momentum. I think at the end of this game, whoever actually wins this battle of the giants is going to have so much going into the next one because both teams
Yeah.
are giving it their all.
For you, hermanita.
And I mean, look, third map, we're looking at Haven. You know, we have to start looking at that because I mean, this one is going on for so long. We have to start seeing what the rest of the series is laying out. Haven's gonna be interesting. I think that will definitely, that third map, be deciding on how things are going because I think whoever wins this gets most of the momentum for the day, right? Especially if Sox Up wins this going into their next map pick, they have so much momentum. I have so much confidence that they can beat WRG. And they're here, playing through market. They're just waiting, trying to look for any picks. Oh, wait, look at this. They're transitioning off of this. They're going back to A. But WRG hasn't bought onto this. WRG is actually making the rotate back as well. They have 3 members. They're ready for this attack. The utilities pop through. And there goes Robobo. Goes down. Timmy gets the one frag, Ken gets him, and now the frags is just going left, right, and center once again. I mean, yeah, WRG defense, what can we say? They just know what they're doing. They just got it. But this flash might be huge from Two-Face just to deter things for a little bit. Sends through the aftershock. Will the aftershock get any damage? Doesn't. The plant's gonna come through from Mandalorian, and I mean, Two-Face and Mandalorian have just been a unit together. They get the one kill there, Two-Face. 2v2. Playing in hell together. Trying to spam them out. Plant is in a bit of an awkward spot, right? They can't immediately peek it. They're going to have to peek through. I love this aggressive peek that they're, going for. They're waiting to take this battle. Cloaksy's gonna drop down in. The frag goes through. Oh, Ewok. Ewok comes to wrap it up like a gift for Christmas. It sends us into another OT.
I thought that was the
21-21.
That was the round. I mean, honestly,
Switching
Two-Face, he had
sides.
so much utility coming
Overtime.
through from Breach, delaying the time, but the spike wasn't down just yet. So unfortunately, that precious time was purely just to get the spike down. Then the real challenge began. And I agree with you. I loved, the aggressive peak that they were taking, trying to play off each other's contact, trying to focus one, member at a time, but it just didn't come to fruition because WRG, they took the split push, and they did exactly what they needed to. One grabs the other, there's an immediate trade, and then the turnaround, the information is there. So Two-Face, in an angle, he has to wait. And unfortunately, that jiggle peak comes through, and it just goes the way of WRG. Now, the 21-21 round, here we are. WRG now on the attacking side, looking once again towards that A side, at least just to get a little bit of information. The spike is towards the side, so it does look like an initial investment here. Oh, Two-Face being spotted out there. Now look at that. The A side is open, but an immediate rotation. If WRG go for this right now, they will be running into absolute chaos. Going to be slowing down the timer and waiting for more information. They don't just yet have enough.
Yeti is trying to be very sneaky and infiltrate enemy lines. Oh, loses the duel though. That's a member down now. Thui's here to try give a little bit of backup, but won't be able to get that trade on, and now there's a man advantage for Sox Up. And these attacking halves from both teams have just, had so many problems. They just been suffering to the utility on, the Astras, the Sky. And, I think what's helping the team of Sox Up a lot has to be Two-Face and that Breach, right? The Breach is really the difference maker, I believe. I feel like without the Breach, they wouldn't be able to clutch a couple of these rounds. With Thui's in such a tough spot, hanging on the edge of Catwalk, gonna try peek back in. Oh, they don't seem the trigger discipline. It's so good here from Thui. Thui could be huge. Thui gets the one. Cloaksy's on the other side getting the frag. They close it down here. All right. WRG pull ahead in the lead now. Can they close it up on their defensive half? I mean, man, we just can't keep going on like this. It's just over and over. I feel like Sam is in the background. Maybe she's made dinner at this point, Sam, I'm sure. Just like it's going to keep going. But
is that a good time?
WRG... WRG now can close it up, we hope. As the spike is leaning towards the A side.
Yeah, once again, that initial investment, but Socks Up needs to get some information here. WG holding that default right now. King jumping in between some of the angles, trying to get aggressive, trying to get some early information here to try help the team work off of it. And now, look, Socks Up right through middle we go. Robobobo taking a beautiful line here, making a lot of noise to try be a distraction. Actually going to be pulling King off of this one. Oh, wow, okay. So King is being pulled off towards the B-side. Robobobo is making so much noise, making it convincing that it's a B-side take, but no. That's not where it's happening. It's happening on the A site. Timmy here holding the line, trying to get that containment, trying to get a rotation kill. Is going to find one. We look to the 3v2 scenario here. Timmy still being a nuisance, holding the line. King is not aware. It's going to be caught out. And now it's all down to a 1v3 in favor of Socks Up. Able to potentially tie it up here. And once again, we know what that means. I'm not going to say the word, but we know what that means.
Yeah, we know what that means, Cloaksy. I mean, yeah, you're going to have to just try, right? See what you can pick off here. Oh, there goes the utility once again. Just a delay. Holding the angle. The flashes. The breach. I mean, Two-Face is coming through with this MVP for me. Oh, the shots come through. Okay.
What? What? What did we... What happened? I think that means something else, Tendo. Somehow, some way, I think that means something else.
Well, we're not quite sure what happened there. Unfortunately, we believe our OBS, our observer, potentially all those WhatsApps coming through might have crashed his PC. I'm just kidding. That's not what happened, but I needed to take a dig. We're just trying to figure out there was some sort of issue with one of the players disconnecting. So while we sort that out, we're just going to have to entertain you for a little bit. This is an insane matchup between these two teams. But I've got to say, and I'm going to be extremely critical here, and I'm going to say this. I'm concerned about both of these teams not having answers for one another, because while it's fun to watch, and yes, it's exciting, neither of them have been able to change up, and we've seen a lot of mirror things happening. So, for example, it is obviously a defender-sided map. We've seen that throughout. In the overtime, EsProxy, what I saw is the moment White Rabbit Gaming changed their attack. So they got aggressive. That was what they needed to do. They changed the pace, ran in there, took an attacking round. All that happened on the flip was that Socks Up did exactly the same thing, and White Rabbit Gaming didn't have an answer for it. This is a 30,000 Rand tournament. This is a huge, big competition for South African Valorant. One of these teams needs to have an answer for the other. Otherwise, you have a little bit of a problem, right?
Yeah, we can't go back and forth for the rest of the week, so hopefully we'll be having answers shortly. But it's exactly that. I mean, I perfectly remember WG just charging down middle for the first time we've seen in that entire game. First time anyone has done that. What does Socks Up do literally the next round? Exact same thing. Right down middle we go, and WG unable to answer because Socks Up, while they are so similar, they have those final moments that are just so completely opposite. The way that they hold sites, the way that they take sites, it's just there's a slight difference that is literally the complete opposite to each other. So the answers are like, well, how do I defeat someone that does the exact same thing as me, but in a different way?
But if someone's doing the exact same thing, if you're a team, I'm going to be super critical here because I don't play competitively. If someone's doing the same thing, I mean, if you have an attack strategy or you have a defense strategy, I mean, the way that you should know is, okay, this is my attack strategy, and these are the answers to that attack strategy to make sure that it works. Therefore, you should be able to shut down your own attack strategy. I worry with both these teams. To me, it looks like, and again, I'm going to be super controversial here. Probably the whole of South African Valorant's going to want to hang me, but it's fine. I don't think they're communicating well. We saw it a few times in overtime, not even in overtime. We saw it early on where there would be a certain instance where either a Sox Up player or a WRG player would take a pick. They'd take a player down, and you would see another player run straight into the line of sight. There wouldn't be a stop. There would be no communication. We saw it in the last round with Timmy. He took a pick. And straight away, you could see the WRG player looking around. I think it was the WRG player looking around. And it just, to me, it feels like they're not talking. I'm possibly getting a bit confused because now I'm talking too much. But Tendo, what do they got to do? I mean, this is the question after my long ramble. What do you have to do to win this game? Because you can't play tennis for the rest of the night. The lights are going off at 9 p.m.
Yeah, that's definitely true, right? Because yes, like you said, it's all fun and games for us to watch, and there's a really long stretched out game happen. But ultimately, you know, to be a champion, to be like a top competitor, you need to close games out, right? So it's we've seen them come with different looks as well from both teams, right? Sometimes they'll be leaning a little bit more towards the A side while leaving a couple of players to try, you know, open things up on the opposite side, make a little bit of noise, and then try get these rotations, play through mid. They've got almost similar strats here and there, like, you know, Ez was saying. And I think now it's time to pull out, you know, that strat book that no one else ever gets to see, right? That extra strat book. Maybe they have pulled it up already, right? Because I mean, it was 22, 21 before, you know, that cut off. So maybe we'll have to see, you know, different plays from some of the different agents as well. Maybe we'll need to see a little bit more aggressive peaks, get a little bit more, you know, entries to try open things up, right? Because in the beginning of most of these overtime rounds, everything's slow, everything's calm. No one's really looking to do anything too fast. Maybe that's it. They just have to start to dial it up and just actually, we've done the marathon. Maybe it's just time to do the race and just try and bang them out as quickly as possible on either side at this point.
What I'm interested is with WRG, so the Valorant team that I know from WRG that I've seen before has this really aggressive playstyle. They're very confident as a unit, but it was interesting because when this is their map, so Ascent starts, and their composition is different to what we usually see from them. They've moved some people onto different agents. I don't think it's working for them. EsProxy. I don't think it's not to me, it's not the WRG that I'm used to. And I'm not taking anything away from Sox Up, but I feel like maybe the composition needs to change up a little bit. Maybe they need to go back to what they know. Why did they make that shuffle, do you think?
Yeah, so I mean, if we look at it, we were talking about stats. The last time that we saw these two going head to head, WRG actually took that win at 3-1, I believe. So it was close, I guess, essentially, but at some point, WRG just runs away with it. But since then, both sides have at least had one player that has been shuffled out, a new player coming in, and it means some of those players obviously making huge moves. But I am seeing it's a weird dynamic actually. Sox Up, if we look at them just purely from a numbers point of view, I'm not even taking into account anything else. Purely from a numbers perspective, on the scoreboard, they're looking like a little bit more of a coordinated team. You know, the kills are spread amongst the entire team. It's not very one-sided. Whereas we look at WRG, we have a handful of players that are just dominating, absolutely dominating and going mad. So at this point, I think, you know, for WRG, maybe yes, maybe there's an agent switch up that needs to happen. Maybe it's comp, like you mentioned, or maybe it's first map jitters and they need to get over it, hopefully.
I mean, to anyone watching, if you've got upset with what I said, whether you're a Sox Up fan or a WRG fan, please keep in mind that we've had a server crash. So my job is just to entertain you for as long as possible. And if that means angering you, so be it. Just to clarify, so I want to give you a little bit of an update. You haven't missed anything. You haven't missed any action. What happens is there is a 40-round bug, which we have now just been made aware of because no one thought we would ever need to know about it, and it's caused the crash in the game. We are going to start it up again, so you don't have to worry. You'll still be able to see all the action. Unfortunately, the game did crash, kicked out a bunch of players, so we just want to make sure that we can get everyone back into the game, and you can see all of that fun. We are on map number 1 of a best of 5. Do not worry, the entire production team is well aware, as are the players, that ESCOM is switching the lights off at 9 p.m. and we're hoping that we will have an incredible connection All-Star Underground Valorant Grand Finals winner for you before 9 p.m. Also, while we're here, I mean, we've got some giveaways going on. The crew at Logitech G has joined forces with Incredible Connections to make sure that we keep you gifted with lots of goodies while you watch all the action. And it is a marathon tonight, as you've seen. So if you want to win, let us know who your favorite team is in the finals. Is it Sox Up? Is it WRG? Go on over to Twitter, tag them, tag Metal State, tag Incredible Connection, and use the hashtag Valorant Underground. and you could win a 1,000 Rand Logitech voucher. I got a lot of other vouchers to give away, but unfortunately, the bosses have told me that I'm only allowed to give them away between certain maps, and we got to keep going in map number 1. White Rabbit Gaming's pick. Tendo, I thought that they would be more convincing on their own map pick. I'm very concerned about this team, and again, not taking away from Socks Up. I think Socks Up looks phenomenal. I actually think that they look, as EsProxy said, I actually think they look much stronger on Ascent. But I mean, WRG, what's happening now? Like, obviously, there's chaos because they're all trying to get back into the server. But what's the conversations that should be happening between the players?
You know, I think the biggest issue right now for them is Two-Face, right? I don't think they really know how to contain Two-Face, because if you look at the compositions, right, it's almost mirrored except for, you know, that Two-Face pick where he's, you know, using that breach. And yeah, you can see breach disrupts so much play, the flashes delay so many things that I think WRG is just running out of time here and there, especially on the attacks. And that's why we're seeing such a struggle on the attacking half. And it makes sense why they wanted to start on the attack, because clearly it's not, you know, their suit on Ascent. You know, they're trying to string a couple of rounds in that first half. We see them end at 8-4, right? And then they start to bring it back. And then we're like, okay, yeah, it makes sense, right? You guys play for the defense. You guys are better on your defense. And then all of a sudden, Socks Up snaps on, they wake up, and they just start to lock things down. And, you know, a big factor that is this Two-Face clutch ability and the util ability, all right? If you're not having to deal on that side of Socks Up, it's the flashes, right? It's the smokes, and then it's the slow orbs. There's just so much utility that I don't think, you know, WRG has, you know, to then counter with, that is kind of just, you know, keeping this back and forth going, you know? So that's exactly, I think, what's going on right now.
Right, it's time. We're getting back into games. Someone's got to change it up. Hopefully this was a little bit of a wake-up for one of these teams. It is map number 1, 30,000 Rand on the line. You are watching the Valorant All-Stars Underground Grand Finals. I'm going to stop talking now. I mean, apparently I'm not. Oh, well, there we go. I'm back. I'm going to carry on talking. This is going well. This is, wow. Now that all of South African Valorant hates me, you left me on the screen? What? What? We're getting ready to take you back. We are now, we are slowly waiting because we've got to now adjust the economy in game. I'm getting all the explanations here in my ear. Ladies and gents, we are so sorry for this. Obviously, sometimes tech things happen. No one expected it to go to 40 rounds in map number 1, so we keep on trying. And I mean, this is an interesting one for me. Do you think we're going to be able to break the record, Proxy? We're going to go over?
I mean, we're sitting at 21
rounds,
to 22.
maybe?
It's possible. If someone
close.
doesn't change it, then yeah, potentially.
Right, it is time. It's going to show 12-12, but by now you hopefully know the scores. We're going into overtime. Let's jump into it. Map number 1. I'm not doing that whole preamble again. I am going to stop talking now.
We're putting Sam to work today, Tendo.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think everyone's being put to work today. The first map here has been quite the marathon, to say the least. And, you know, I didn't know there's a server bug, and now we do know. So whenever you guys are playing your custom games, just make sure you guys don't go all the way to 40 rounds, and you'll be good. But on the reset now, Socks Up on the defense. And I mean, look at this hit that's about to come through from WRG. And maybe they're listening to me in terms of just hitting hard, hitting fast, and just, you know, trying to clean up and systematically get rid of Socks Up. I mean, here they go, King leading the charge as they run on in. And Two-Face aware. Here's a lot of noise coming through. The entire team's going to start rotating onto the side here. And they're just getting mowed down by Two-Face once again. The man that has been doing so much of the squad. And WRG just seems to be crumbling at the feet here. They can't even get the plant down. Thui's trying to bounce around and get away. Ewok is down in hell. Kang is holding the angle, and the shots are coming through good from Thui. He's going to try spam through the box. Can he get the kill? It's down to a 3v3. One player from each team is weak, so... Ooh, tree side. There is a player coming through. They're going to have to be careful now. Over here for the plant for Thui. He's scared. He's going to go and check if he can find anyone on that angle. There is the other Astra. The Astra is Mandalorian. Mandalorian goes down to Thui, though, now.
Last
2v2.
player standing.
Oh, they've just jumped down the side. Robobo takes down the spike. And I mean, yeah, Ewok. No, Ewok's here. Ewok. The lifeline of the team is actually Carl on Socks Up. Gets the round in.
Switching sides. Match point.
I mean, they've had some time
Advantage to
talk
Socks Up.
about it now. Yeah, advantage
Yeah,
to
they've had
Socks
some
Up. They've
time.
had some time to talk to think about like, how can we switch this up? For Socks Up, I think just, follow Two-Face at this point, because honestly, Two-Face just going absolutely mad. Finding those two entries as a solo on top of the box, you were exposed at this point, but eventually does go down, but not before causing absolute chaos and giving the most amount of time to his team to rotate on in, which is exactly what an
Deploying
anchor
drone.
on a site needs to do. And
Yeah.
absolutely just doing it beautifully. Now, if you turn our attention, Socks Up on the attacking side,
Enemy
King
mark.
going to be finding an opener there onto Timmy. Starting off this round quite nicely for them, but now they need to hold the line. They need to get ready for this A execution coming through. We blocked up there with the smoke, but Yeti on site holding the line.
Done.
It's his job to do the anchor things this time around. Robo finding King. All of a sudden, trade for trades coming on through. And Carl, once again, the lifeline finding Yeti down to the 3v3. Here comes the pick from Robo finding an opener. Here we going down. We've got a 3v2 scenario here, but Sup needs to just fall back and regroup. Heading towards this A site and leaving a little bit of a cheeky peek here. A little bit of a flank to hold the line. Now, if we look at it, 50 seconds left. They need to make an impact here. They need to make an investment into the site. And it looks like both sides might be predicting this. You can see WRG holding that A-side line, heading towards the mid-line, and here comes the res now. This is looking fantastic for Sup Tendo. They've got a full open B
30
site.
seconds left.
Completely open B site.
Completely open. Misread the play that was going on here. The last two members on WRG. And I mean, I guess, it just takes a tech pause to close things up real hope here. As I mean, 4v2, it's going to be very tough. But hey, I mean, we've seen Ewok come through with a couple of nice plays of his own as well. It's closing as they creep in from the spawn side, trying to clear as many angles as they can, sending out some darts. Ooh, Hunter's Theory is getting popped here by Carl. He's gonna get some damage. Doesn't find too much damage. They're gonna try to work their way in. And yeah, Ewok. Nothing you can really do. And that's gonna be it. First map goes into the hands of Socks Up, and that was, of course, WRG's map pick. And now things are gonna get interesting.
I mean, when you say interesting, this is the thing, right? So it comes down to, you had this break, that there was obviously the server crash. There's two ways that you deal with this. Either as a team, you have a quick chat and you're like, right, let's hype each other up, let's get back in there, which is what I think happened with Socks Up, or you don't. But to lose your own map is concerning for WRG. Even more concerning because I can confirm, and actually before I do this, there's going to be a preamble here. I'm just the bearer of bad news. Thank goodness I have Logitech G vouchers to throw at you in a little bit. The teams have had a conversation after the server crash. There is a concern, of course, if you haven't heard, ESCOM has introduced stage 2 load shedding from 9 p.m. tonight. Some of the players are concerned their power is going to go off at 9. Based on the first map, this was a best of 3 grand final. The teams have had a conversation following the crash as well. They have decided that they would prefer the grand final to be a best of 3. Completely understandable, obviously, because of the time limits. So as of right now, I mean, if I had a drum roll and I could play the drums, we'd do that. We've just changed. It is now a best of 3. Look at Tendo. There you go. Always coming in with the high carry. Thank you. It is now a best of 3, which means WRG just lost on their map pick, Tendo. That's not how you want to start a grand finals.
Yeah, it's really not how you want to start a grand final, right? Especially coming into Fracture. And I mean, Fracture is going to be quite interesting there. And they're starting on the attack, right? And if, we're taking anything from what WRG's attack was looking like in that last game, it's not looking good for them,
Good.
right? Definitely not good.
So I get frustrated, and this is, EsProxy, this is a personal thing. Obviously, I get frustrated when people talk about maps being one-sided. So a lot of people say Ascent is defender-sided. My argument is, while it is beneficial to defenders, I think a good attack can get it. However, that all goes out the window with Fracture. Fracture, I never say this. I'm normally always the first person to say you can't say a map is not balanced. A Fracture's not. It is 100% in favor of the attackers, which is not good for WRG. But even Socks Up's attack looked a little bit shaky at times. So this is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think both sides had a little bit of a fumble on either sides. I mean, we started off with both sides having a stellar defense, really. I mean, WRG, that's where they picked up their rounds. After the stellar defense of Socks Up, that's where they got their rounds. Then, we come through to both sides attacking side, and it's there, but it's not there, and it's there, then it's not there. And then when we came through to the overtimes, I don't know what it was about the overtimes, but then all of a sudden it was that mentality split. So now when we're going back to a normal game, quote unquote, we should be seeing that sort of, pattern coming through. And I mean, as an attacker, Fracture, always fun. So here, if your attacking side is weaker, it's going to be a lot tougher on Fracture.
I mean, this has been a tough one. I've been very tough on WRG and Socks Up. I just want to be clear. I love both of you, and I just feel like this is a grand final, so I want you to be the best you can possibly be. It's called Tough Love, and you'll see. You'll see what it'll motivate you in the break to be better, or send me mean tweets, whatever you prefer. Before we head into a break, though, we do have a giveaway. Finally, I can do something nice. I'm giving away a Logitech G voucher courtesy of Incredible Connection. All you need to do, look how easy this is, because you've stuck with us for, I think it's like an hour and 50 minutes, or however long that first map went. All you need to do is put ! Valorant in chat, and you will go into the draw. Nice and easy. So don't go get snacks, don't stretch your legs, don't hydrate, make sure that you enter the competition, ! Valorant. When we get back, we're moving to map number 2. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the Incredible Connection All-Star Underground Valorant Grand Finals. My name is TechGirl. I'm just here for your comic relief in between the actual broadcast pros commentating on the video games. We've got one map. Socks Up has won it. Your grand finalists, of course, are White Rabbit Gaming and Socks Up. Socks Up took the first map. It was White Rabbit Gaming's pick, so that's pretty interesting. Like I mentioned before the break as well, both teams have agreed to change the format. This was a best-of-5 grand final, but because of various issues, which I explained, they have elected, both of them, to make it a best-of-3. So now it's all to play for, because Socks Up, if they win the next map, which is Fracture, that's their map pick, they win the grand finals, 30,000 Rand prize pool. You know they want that. You know they want the money. While we're here, please go and show Incredible Connection some love. Every week they bring you all this action. They bring you incredible streams. Make sure that you let them know that we as esports fans appreciate them and we appreciate the support. And now I get to announce a Logitech G voucher winner. Logitech G joined forces with Incredible Connections All-Star Gaming to make sure that you're taken care of, because you sat around for like 2 hours watching a tennis match instead of Valorant. I'm impressed with all of you. So I can announce the winner of the first Logitech G voucher. Your name is on the screen. Look, there's a little ticker below me. Congratulations, you get a voucher. And there are going to be other vouchers up for grabs. What we're going to do is potentially, because of some of the time differences here, is possibly have to drop the giveaways in chat. But I'm sure that the Incredible Mods will let you know. So it is time, of course, now to go to map number 2. It is Fracture. It is Socks Up map pick, and it is potentially Grand Finals match point. That's where we're sitting. Tendo, Proxy, let's jump into game.
Ooh,
All right.
It is Tendo.
Yeah, Fracture is going to be an interesting one. Fracture, obviously the recent addition in the map pool in Valorant for those that don't, really keep up with the game. And it's an interesting one, right? Because the defenders spawn down the middle of the map and attackers can come from both sides. So it's going to be quite interesting to see exactly what happens. And this time, look at that. I think besides, the Viper pick on the side of WRG, it's almost a mirrored composition. They are not using the KJ, which Socks Up will be using. And I wonder how, effective KJ will be. I think Viper does work a little bit better on this map, being able to slice things up. And what are you expecting to see here from WRG? What are you expecting to see here from Socks Up as we're about to enter this pistol?
Well, of course, it's dying straits now for WRG, as it has changed from BO5 to a BO3. They need this map. If they don't get this map, as TechGirl mentioned, that is Socks Up taking the grand finals of the IC All-Star Gaming Underground Valorant Finals. Listen, for WRG right now, I need them to basically just stick to what they know. They are such an accomplished team. They have the experience. I want to see what they're capable of, and I love the hero change that they're bringing through here. I think it might be exactly what they need to just shake things up a little bit, get themselves in the right mindset for this one. And of course, they've had some time during the break to just reset that mentality. Heading through to this one, it looks like we might be seeing quite a massive entry on the site here. Timmy just going absolutely crazy. Picking up 3! Okay, someone shut this man down. He's on something else right now. He's going to get a full,
Timmy!
nearly the ace. But Bobo is going to take it instead. Sorry, Tender, you didn't even get a chance to say anything because Timmy just decided to take out the whole team.
Wow, Timmy just holding things down there in the drop. And not a really good look coming in from WRG off the start there. We'll see how they readjust from that situation. Maybe we'll have to pull themselves into this eco. Spectres are brought onto the side of Socks Up. They're going for the 3-2 split. I don't know which side they'll be leaning towards. There's a lot of utility over there on the A side from Socks Up. And there's so many players stacked in the B side. And they're kind of just waiting there, as you can see, for anyone to kind of enter in. And it looks like King is deep on there, trying to peek through. Oh, they're getting cleaned up thoroughly on that opposite end, dude. Carl, Robobo, taking them down. And we didn't even get to see that happen. And now, all of a sudden, 3-man only for WRG as they're looking to make their way to the B side. Dewey goes down after getting a nice little kill onto Timmy, and this is just getting dismantled over here. This play that they were trying to do here, WRG. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the spike is down there towards the A site. Sox Up have full control of that one. You've got Ewok obviously just trying to get a flank around this way, but yeah, I mean, the Rays heading towards, that spiker, trying to get it up, trying to get a little bit of control into this one. We'll be able to pick it up, but we've got 30 seconds left to take a full site, and it looks like they will be opting for that A site with all of that utility
30
well
seconds
placed
left.
and just waiting, poised and ready for them. So as they get into this one, look at them, they're just literally wasting time, shooting utility. There's nothing you can do. It is
There's nothing
literally
you can
the
do about
worst
that, man.
possible site they could have chosen, but that's exactly what Sox Up did there, and I love that. They pulled away from that site completely. In a 2-on-4, they literally just let the utility do its job because it's that mind game that comes through. They just give it space. They give them space to pick up the spike. They, they feel a little bit sense of hope, and it just gets taken away from them.
Again, if you're just joining in here, this is now BO3, guys. So, momentum like this with Sox Up is looking good, especially coming after that gauntlet of a first map that we had on Ascend ending 24-22. But it just looks like WRG is looking to run this one up. The wall's going to come through from Ewok to cut up the site. And look at this flank. Look at the flank that's coming from Two-Face on the opposite end. And they'll get onto site at least. The plant will come through very soon in the corner here. But look, 2 players on the flank, 3 players on that flank. 2 will be coming from their spawn as they hold down the site. And 3 is going to look for that. See if he can get any of those picks. And I mean, the entire Sox Up roster on that A side, they're working their way in. Ewok gets flash, and 3 is not good. Well, he's good for 2, it looks like. Okay, Sox Up has just gotten absolutely ran through here.
Okay.
King comes through with some kills. Okay, that popped off real quick. And I mean, yeah, a bit, I'm not a fan of them going for the full retake from the flank, right? There weren't enough players, in front of it, like holding in front, and everything just kind of spilled over. So some good stuff coming through there. Timmy's at the top of the leaderboard as well, so we love to see that.
He heard you and he's like, listen, Tendo is talking some nonsense about me, man. Let me show him what I can do. Practice my map. Here I'm coming through. But absolutely, just honestly, I'm loving this. A lot of the players, they seem a little bit revitalized coming through, from that long journey on Ascent. It looks like Fracture was exactly what they needed to change things up a little bit. But look at King doing what King does best. Ravaging the site but taking so much damage in return, managing to stay alive for the time being, and we've got a flawless site take for the moment. And now it's a 5-on-5 in this retake. Spike is down, Firewall's going up, and now it is just chaos here. We've got a wild jet coming through, Razors there as well. Ewok coming through and finding Timmy. So there's an immediate return there from Sub. They find 2. WRG does as well. And it's automatically all down to a 1-on-2. Carl versus the world right now. Ewok holding this line, just waiting for anything. Going to be spotting out Carl. There's going to be enough though. He finds the initial peak. Here comes Cloak's going to be finding the peak. And WRG pick up the second round in a row. So we are seeing a little bit of a difference than what we saw on Ascent. Initially we had that 1-2 coming back. Yeah. Now there's an immediate return from WRG. And these rounds have been going so quickly, Tendo.
Yeah, the rounds have been going very quickly compared to that first map, right? Seems like both teams are playing a little bit more aggressive, looking for a little bit more picks. And I mean, yeah, it's boding well for WRG to, start to pick up a little bit of steam only after, those first 2 round losses. Looking again to make their way through here to the A site. And I mean, look where Robobo is situated there on the side with all that utility. I mean, Mandalorian, King leading the charge as he tries to enter the site. Doesn't spot anyone being aggressive. Taking any peeks just yet. Ooh, the cloud burst will be good to block only the sight of the player on top, but Mandalorian is there to close things up with a stinger know-how, and now Thui comes through to take out Mandalorian. Yeti takes down Robobo, and it just seems like the team of Sox Up is just going down, but actually WRG is the team worse. So when the utility, the flash come through from a Two-Face and then the nades, and okay, Thui. What you got? 9 HP and a dream. At least you got a phantom in hand. Timmy's in the corner there. Flash comes through. They know he's on top of sight. I mean, yeah, this would be God's work if he clutch it. Oh, please. Oh, Dewey! He pulls it out of nowhere with 9 HP. The prophet at this point, he's prophesied a clutch for the team. What was that?
Joking, sitting on 7-4 right now, leading the pack for WRG and grabbing that third round in dire straits. I mean, I can't even stress this enough how nothing was going well for Dewey there. Nothing was as an option for him. Didn't have HP, couldn't really go into the astral, form to actually place down what they needed to do. But no. We're gonna 1v3 flush like it's nothing. Okay? That's what we're gonna do. Mad lad.
Absolute mad lad, honestly. And you got to question Socks Up for taking those, 1v1s instead of just all peeking together and closing it out loud. Yeti's plunging himself up to the top here, gets the frag onto Carl, but it goes down now to Mandalorian as they try to enter the site. WRG down to 3 men. Socks Up have done well to hold things up here at the B side. Coxie can get the plant at least. And now, that pull might stop the plant. No. Just came too late. Oh, the ulti comes through the breach. Everyone is flying. And Robobo comes through, gets the kill onto Ewok. Closey's in the position to maybe get one frag. He gets the one. The trades are coming everywhere, but it's not enough. Timmy closes it up. Gonna get the defuse now and Socks Up back up. Good response after what happened.
Perfect response coming through there with that reach ulti. My goodness gracious. You were talking about it. Rolling Thunder. Here we are. And that's exactly what they needed to get into that one and tie it up once again. Now WRG a little bit lost for words. I mean, I wouldn't be too hard on ourselves, after a round like that. Rolling Thunder is nothing to scoff at, Thendo. I mean, it's not something easy to work with. So honestly, it was just the perfect ultimate at the perfect time.
Yeah.
And now
B-side is also so compact. I mean, you can't do anything about that kind of ulti in that position. Money-wise, it's going to be interesting, right? Because I mean, if you look on the opposite end, though, there's not really a full buy coming from Socks Up, so they're kind of trying to play this as a bonus as they're walking on in. Ewok's going to try to slice the side up. Ooh, King's taking up a lot of damage. The Sheriff spam to try get anything. The nades that come through here won't get a kill, but Carl is holding things down there in the tower. And we're into a 3v3. Ooh, Ewok with the Sheriff comes through, gets the frag. Plant's gone down, and all of a sudden, WRG is doing well for themselves. Mandalorian gets the kill onto Ewok. Mandalorian's on this flank. They know about him. Oh, there's the ulti coming through. Now, it's going to have to flush out Closey. And Closey's going to have to get this duel on. Has to win this. Can't win it. Robobo's too good for it. And I mean, yeah, Yeti is detained as well. Oh, Mandalorian, please.
No.
Oh, no.
It's the worst feeling in the world to be detained like that. But it's exactly what Socks Up needed to get themselves that 4th round. And now they're starting on a little bit of momentum here. For WRG, I mean, look, that buy wasn't the best buy going into that one. We talk about, guns versus pistols. I mean, come on, again, I wouldn't be too harsh on them for that round. I really wouldn't. They did the best that they could with what they had, but now here's a little bit of the reset here. We've got the big boys out, we've got the big guns out, Phantoms and Vandals all around, hopefully, so they should be set for this one. So, very crucial round here for them. If they want to get back into this one, get back into the swing of the momentum, they need to start it off with this round. They do not want to let Socks Up run away once again with too many rounds. We've seen this, though, but again, Thendo, the attacking side is feeling a little bit stronger this time.
Yeah, the attack is definitely feeling stronger. These hits seem to be precise. Oh, Kings is going to dash on this side, but Yeti's nade is actually the one that gets the frag, then gets the frag onto Robobo, who's sitting in the side. But the Nanostorm takes out Yeti, so the trades were somewhat good. But WRG does have the advantage. They've got the plot down as well, and they'll just wait it out. Socks Up, slow approach to try to get this retaken. They're coming from the drop there. Carl now about to enter side. Gonna send out that bot to try and flush out. Ooh, the breach is coming through. It's Two-Face, the boogeyman, but the boogeyman is actually Kang in this situation, who gets the 2 frags, and it's all down now to the Rays. There goes the showstopper. The showstopper. Wait, what's going on? All of a sudden, Timmy's in a clutchable situation. Gonna stick the defuse. No time on it, and the snake bite. The snake bite's good. Ewok closes it up. Oh my
That
goodness.
angle. I don't even know
That
how King was
angle.
allowed to stay alive there. I mean, that breach came through perfectly. The timing, you could see it from King's POV. They literally, as soon as that breach shot came through, as soon as the aftershock was there, the flashpoint was there, they were in the site. They were ready to take it, but they don't check that one crucial corner. And we've said this time and time again in any sort of FPS title. It's that one corner that you don't check that is going to be there to bite you. And
Always.
true and behold, Kang was that one corner that they did not check. So unfortunately, we tie it up once again, but both teams in a position here to take either side to the next round. And if we're looking at it, a little bit more of an investment coming through here for WRG towards that B side. I think they're done with the A side, right? They've tried a few things there. They don't like the A side too much. But that B side is looking quite spicy. Now look at WRG King. He's in a little bit of a situation here. The came through. Mandalorian is here, but he's not going to be quick enough to get that angle. There'll be a 1-for-1 trade as we look at it, but Spike will be going down on the B site. And holding the line, they will. That Cosmic Divide comes through as well, just to give them a little bit of extra space. And Robo-Fobo's not ready for Dewey. These Astras have been on something else to date. No.
Yeah, Astra has been so pivotal for both teams. It's just Two-Face. I mean, we've seen some... Okay, all right, Two-Face. But we'll get closed down by Cloxy. Yeah, I mean, Two-Face is just performing at all levels right now, which is just great to see that it's still continuing to bring that momentum into this game. I mean, it's close still. Once again, you know, back and forth between the two teams. Can't really call out a favorite right now. Gotta highlight Timmy. Timmy is back in it, you know, playing the Rays, opening up the side, you know, on these retakes, and it's looking good for the team of Sox up when they can, you know, pull the defense together. But WRG's attack is looking, you know, fierce. It's looking strong. They're stacking up once again here on the A side as they walk their way in. Once again, Mandalorian and Robobos, the two players that are locking down the site right now. There goes the utility. Nebula's out. Won't be able to see anything. Are we going to see some race plays pop through? Mandalorian is trying to hold a close angle, waiting for someone to maybe pop through the smoke. And here it comes through. It's the Astra. The Astra goes down, and it's the Judge in the hands there. Mandalorian is holding it down with the Judge call comes through, as well as Robobo to hold things down, and it all crumbles. It's all up to Ewok now. Ewok. Carl comes through.
Wow, the Judge pick on
The
that.
Judge.
Talk about a defender's dream. Coming through there, picking up those two initial entries, making sure they're locking it down. And now, once again, we're tying it up. And Tendo, this has been going back and forth. Quite,
Hey, I don't know, man, if I'm ready for another one of these kind of games, guys. Hey.
Another one of these kind of games.
But let's just see how it goes. Lots of ults, you know, on the hands of, I mean, both teams, right? The Nebula's up on both sides. We've got the lockdown. The Resurrection is available. The Blades are actually going to be popped here by King. King's going to look to be aggressive here in Arcade. Can find any picks over there in the tower. Smoke comes through. Actually, it's going to be pulled away. A pulled away orb. Timmy's waiting as well. Looking for some first contact. Oh, the team is rotating. Look at this. They're pulling out of B. They're making their way towards A. Spike's actually towards A, so this is actually a really good play from them. But actually, as I say that, the Spike now gets flipped around. Nebula, or Cosmic Divide rather, comes through. I mean, yeah, it's just the two teams kind of yo-yoing each other, but now everybody at least is on the B side, ready for this retake. Three. Tui's in a bit of a dangerous position if you can get onto this flank. Plant goes down from Cloxy. There's the ulti once again that comes through. Is WRG ready? Yes, they are. Kang, Tui, they're holding side down. And I mean, yeah, they've kind of closed it up now. WRG, only the two players left. Mandalorian still finding frags on the opposite end. And it's all up to Mandalorian. Okay, King.
Excuse me?
Okay, King. Oh, all right.
Listen.
round before the switch.
What's happening here? Honestly, my goodness. Okay, so I mean, from both sides, you know, I mentioned it earlier, they both seem a little bit more revitalized, maybe fractures, what they really needed to jumpstart the engines and get back into this one swinging. But my goodness, I mean, both teams have their players just popping off, Thendo. I mean, it's not the judge.
Yeah.
It's the breach ultis coming in clutches, the aftershocks, the flashpoints, whatever you want. It is happening on here. So now we want to see if that cycle is going to be breaking here. WRG leading the pack right now by 1 round, looking for another. And this time they got some breach utility of their own. Getting it up here with King and Rays getting very close.
Oh,
But for
Cosmic
now,
Divide
I
comes
love this.
through.
And look at this. Same sort of protocol coming through. They do the exact same, but now they fall off. They've taken enough focus from the B side onto the A side. You can see everyone on the A side scrambling, trying to figure out what's happening in the situation, and now WRG just pulling it back. Beautiful switch up coming through from them, but it might be too slow, or at least not a convincing one coming through here. You can see some of the players jumping to two of the sites here. I actually see the stage actually rotating back, so a little bit of information caught up there. And now they're actually going to be ready for this take. King, though, still going to be dashing forward into the site, looking for the angle here. Not going to be finding anyone. Sup is going to be falling back completely for this one. Going to be giving the site to WRG to get that spike down and rather play time to try and get this retake. A couple of shots going through. 2Plates going to be the first one to find an opener, but there's an immediate trade coming through, and now WRG and a little bit of dire straits here as Timmy finds Dewey. They have the numbers advantage here. And WRG need to hold the line. Sub coming through, finding cloaks, and it's just a trade on trade. No one is surviving this. No one is going to be winning this from the side of WRG, and instead it will be Sup tied up once again, and with 6-6 Tender.
6-6 at the half. All right, let's see what Socks Up has on the attack now, right? Because, you know, when I was looking at the pick, right, they obviously opted to start on the defense, right? So is the attack going to be, you know, something lethal? And I mean, you have to imagine, right? You know, they've got Astra, Breach, and Raze. You really can do a lot with those, right? We've seen WRG utilize them as well on their attack, and you know they're able to slice up the site and get, you know, these players out of their positions. But will Socks Up now be able to utilize that, you know, a little bit better? Just have to wait and see. As this pistol is about to get underway here. They're looking to hit this one on the A side. Players from WRG are spread out well around the map, but they've given up the A side completely, though, right? They're kind of waiting for the contact to see if they'll be leaning on here, but it's a slow one. It's a very slow one. But look at where these guys are coming from drop here. Smoke comes through, so they'll be delayed for a little bit. As Two Faces leading the charge. Orb is going to get collected by Carl, so that will help towards their ult economy. This wall right here is going to be huge for them. And yeah, here's the big difference, right, between the attacks. No Sage on the opposite side, right? Yes, they have the Viper wall, which, you know, can be arguably as good as the Sage wall, but I mean, that's an indestructible wall, and you can kind of shoot through the Viper walls, right? So not always as safe as this. Look at where WRG is making this retake from, though.
Trying to find the line here. You're going to be the first to spot out Robo-Bobo, but look at Robo-Bobo, happy to take the peek. Has done the damage and wants the wants the reward. Gonna one-tap King there, looking for a little bit more, feeling the angles here, but all of a sudden it falls apart for Sup. WRG just dismantling Socks Up here and will be able to get the defuse. So while that was a beautiful side take, unfortunately those crossfires didn't quite come through. Maybe a little bit too cheeky with the angles, maybe a little bit too aggressive on the post plants. Yeah. But either way, we've got one round up here for WRG on their defending side, which we know has been pretty good in the previous game. So I'm wondering if this is what they needed.
3 top fragging again are really holding up the WRG roster. And they're gonna look for this B hit here. As they're gonna make their way down main. We'll see what Cloaksy can do on that opposite side. Ooh, this fault line's going to be huge, but at least the Nebula is deterring them for a little bit. But look at Carl. Carl's just running through it. Carl's a madman with the spike. Gonna put inside the smoke. What is going on? His teammate's trying to spam some shots, but no. WRG is holding it down. 3 Ewok get the kill. The plant is in, at least, for the most part. 4 stocks up, right? So, I mean, coming into that round, yes, they didn't have, a good amount of utility to work with in terms of their weapons, but they get the plant. They're going to get, that eco rolling a little bit for them. But yeah, I think King's just going to try stick that one. Oh.
Last player standing.
Okay, yeah, they're just going to stick that one. And clean up Robobo. Dewey, man.
What's on something else? I don't know what it is. I don't know if they saw Fracture. They were like, "Hey, listen, okay, guys, I don't want to alarm you, but I'm gonna pop off. Okay, this is gonna be my map. I'm gonna show you something else." Either way, though, WRG, I applaud them really. I mean, to come back, from the first map, looking like they have sorted everything out, looking like they have done what they needed to do, the agent changes coming through, and they are feeling and looking a lot more composed into this one, especially with the retakes, with all the utility that Stocks Up are throwing at them. I wouldn't blame anyone for being a little bit dismantled or looking a little bit shaky, but WRG have been solid, and now look at this one. This is an interesting take. WRG might actually shut down the split coming through from Stocks Up, at least from the one side. They have fully invested into holding this long angle, going to be peeking through, finding Mandalorian, which is great, but they've given up the site now. So the spike's going to be going down, and WRG are looking at a 5-on-3 retake scenario here. I mean, with the Sage, if they had a body close, you could have gotten a revive going through, but it's on the other side of the map.
Yeah. 2 faces in a nice position. Ooh, Kings! Just jumps onto the side with a judge. Takes down Robobo and then takes down... Oh, 2-Face goes down to Yeti and they've just cleaned it up here. WRG is rolling through it now. And we're in this universe, right, where, the teams are kind of shaping up to take each other's map picks, right? Because obviously first one Ascent goes to Socks Up, WRG's map pick. This is obviously Socks Up map pick. And I mean, if things continue to go like this, right, on this defensive half for WRG, then I don't know if Socks Up really has an answer. Maybe they're going to have to switch things up, dial it up a little bit, change where they may be hitting. And change is looking like going to happen, yeah, as they're leaning towards the B side. No longer that A1. In terms of alts, there's only the one, only the Cosmic Divide on the side of 3. And I'm gonna play this one slow. Try to creep it up, but you can see Cluzy is ready with a fault line. As soon as he hears that orb being popped, probably gonna pop that through. And I mean, they've got a stack here of note WRG. They won't be ready. Oh yeah, well, as Socks Up makes their way through, besides, no frags have really been exchanged yet. Also, first time that any team is actually, 2 points ahead. Oh, 2-Face with the Sheriff! Is gonna go down to Ewok. Ewok is just closing it down, eh? He's onto a 3K already, and I mean, they're just trying to rotate and plant to the other side, but yet he's waiting at the angle. Are you ready, gun? It's not in your hand, but the Sheriff is good on the side from Robobo at least. Plant is down, gets the weapon upgrade, and I mean, they're all coming from the same angle. Okay, Robobo, what you got here? Will they expect him to be creeping up this close? Will they expect him to be in this angle? Oh, yes, they will. Ewok on the 4K, takes him out, going for the defuse. WRG up 10 now, and I mean, they're kind of running away with it at this point.
Yeah, this is the switch up we weren't expecting. I mean, we obviously had Socks Up on the previous map in their first half. Yeah, that's where they were really running away with the rounds. That's where they really picked up the rounds. But this time, WRG 4 rounds ahead, already on double digits. And the last time, we saw a pretty good split. We had that 9-12 split initially. It was looking pretty good. Then all of a sudden, Socks Up, actually came back and picked it up. But never have we seen WRG go this far. And this is what we were talking about in the break. This timeout coming out now, rather than in the OT, rather than when, things are just being, flung around and hoping for the best. I'm loving this. From the attacker's side, from, Socks Up, they're immediately shutting down this momentum from WRG. They're trying to figure out, okay, what's happening here? how are we losing, these side techs? How are we losing so many people when we finally do get side? Because their side techs have been good, but then either it's in the post plant or it's in that entire journey that they are just losing out on the numbers they need to sustain that spike plant. So hopefully here they'll be able to change it up a little bit. Still on the attacking side, still have some work to do, of course. And WRG looking poised and ready for this one. They are so healthy in terms of economy, in terms of the buys. They've got everything going for them. They just need to hold on to it, Tendo.
Yeah, they just need to hold on to it. And, we hope they've dialed up a different look here from Socks Up because they really need this round. 3-2 split for the B side. 2 from Arcade, 2 from Main. I love WRG. They know. Timeout. They're trying something funny. Look at where they're stacked up as well. They're ready for this. They're ready for them to push onto the side. They're actually going to aggro peek this. King with the option. Doesn't find any. Thui's there to assist. Thui is just a pillar for this team at this point as frags just get exchanged left, right, and center there. And King is just closing it and wrapping it up there. Robobo goes down and yeah, I mean, they have a vision of Spike as well. Where's the members of Socks Up? Where are they? They are in such a weird position. I think they're below, the underpass. Yeah, that's they're below the underpass there, waiting to get in. But I mean, yeah, WRG's got B-side on lock. And that orb will be good, at least to get the spike. But the snake bite is through. They're spamming. They get the spike. They have time. Yes, they have time. They have 1 minute. It is a 2v4. As long as they stick with each other, they can get the,
They can get to the other side. Absolutely. Yeah. But still got the Rays on the other side, holding, ready and waiting. This is what's been crucial for WRGs. They've been having these anchors. And Ewok now exactly holding that line, making sure they find Timmy. Mandalorian left is going to be finding that opener onto Ewok, but now it's time for WRG to smell some blood, and they're going on the hunt here. King holding that line, waiting, just go up on that rope. We're just waiting for it. But for the time being, Mandalorian,
there's no time.
Opting for something else. 10 seconds left, has to go for the spike plant, but then we've got everyone looking at this angle at the perfect time, and WRG pick up the 11-6 scoreline right now, looking so strong on Fracture. And again, you were pointing it out there. We might be poised and ready for each, the two teams to take each other's map picks here. Ascent was a little bit of a crazed shenanigans, filled game. Now Fracture, so much quicker, and it's looking so much better from WRG. I don't know how Socks Up can actually respond to this. It just feels like we mentioned, they're losing those numbers when they really, really need them.
Yeah, Two-Face takes a lot of damage, but exchanges a bit there onto Thui, and at least the heal will come through. They're splitting on for the A side over here. The Cosmic Divide. I mean, the ult economy for Socks Up, man, they need to start using some of these ultis, you know what I'm saying? You can't be holding on to every single ult every round, especially with the score line like this, right? Because those are crucial, pieces of utility that can win rounds for you. And I think that's been a really big lacking play coming in from this matchup thus far. And, I think what's happening is they just keep telling themselves, like, let's wait for our buy round, let's wait for when we have proper guns to use these ultis. And then what happens is, that's what happens. Yeti's there to stop you as you try to make that peek. Two-Face is coming in. Okay, wait, Two-Face is here in a good position to get the one kill, gets the kill. Everything's starting to flip on his head. All of a sudden, op shots from Two-Face. Doesn't get it, but Timmy's there to close it up. There goes one ulti at least. And yeah, they've dialed it up. Definitely, yeah, Socks Up. That hit came in real fast. Don't think they were too ready for that one. WRG. And I mean, this should be the 7th round at least for Socks Up on the board. And let some heroics come through there from the Viper and the Breach.
There's potential there. I mean, one enemy coming through. Mandalorian going to be able to pick up cloaks. But Mandalorian cannot be doing the only thing here. Thrifty coming through, and attackers will be picking up that 7th round. So a little bit of a change up here, which I like to see, Tendo, but they need to continue this now. They have to continue getting these rounds because WRG are dangerously close to doing what they need to do and getting this map.
Yeah, dangerously close. They need the extra point just to get on to that match point and pull us in potentially into this third map. And I'm just curious to find out whether we'll be going to the decider or we'll be going to the next map pick. Because if it is the decider, then it should be Breeze, which was originally the 5th map of this BO5. Oh, King gets a nice kill over there, but gets caught out by Robobo. So the trades are good there from both teams. Let's see what happens now as Timmy tries to work his way through the drop, trying to find any peaks. But yeah, I mean, if it goes to Breeze, that'll be another interesting one. I think Haven as well is just as interesting. Look at the position that he's in. All of a sudden, Timmy getting spammed through by Thui. And now WRG have this advantage. They're looking to get onto match point. Mandalorian's waiting for the smoke to fade away, and the smoke just feels like an eternity as it's down. There's a knock. This is a great knock from this position. The spray control, though, isn't on his side, but thankfully, Two-Face and Robobo are there to hold it down. But no, Cloxy Thui, they're pulling it back. No, Mandalorian goes down, and they get the round. They're on to match point here, WRG.
There's no way they should have made that happen, but WRG pull it back nonetheless. Looking for that defuse, of course, now, and that means they will be picking up their 12th round. 12-7 is by far the furthest that any of these teams have shown us a scoreline thus far in this grand finals. And WRG to come back after that Ascent game and put up a performance like this, which is what we were expecting, of course, Tendo, from, you know, the little bit of research that we did, you know, from looking at the stats. This is the WRG we were expecting, and they're making a comeback and making the showcase that we were waiting for on the second map when they need it the most. I feel like WRG just need that extra pressure. As soon as they have that extra pressure, oh, the other team's a map up, great. That's what we need. All of a sudden, it's a different team completely.
Yeah, look at this. They're trying to play this one real quick. Socks up. But I think WRG is ready for this one, and they've got players there spamming through the door. I'm just gonna hold things off for a little bit. Oh, the ulti is gonna come through here from Two-Face. One's on the side. They need to clear him as quickly as possible. That aftershock's gonna be really good to flush the player out. Still there. Wait, they got the frag. Okay, Timmy's taking down King, yeah. Everything is going the way of Socks Up right now. They need this round, obviously, to keep themselves in to this fight for this map. WRG making their retake, and it's a counter ulti. But this wall is so good, right? Because they can't really peek onto that angle where most of the players are falling in. And Two-Face is still on the side holding it down. Two-Face only gets the one, and Closey comes through. And now Carl on the angle holds down the spike. Carl takes down one. Another falls on the top of the drop. Carl has to fight off the play of Cloxy. Cloxy goes down. Carl holds down 8-12 for Socks Up now as they try to force their way back into this.
Ooh, I don't know. I feel like there's so much that we learned from that Ascent game. You know, WG again, also, they had that momentum. You know, it fell off maybe a little bit, and then Socks Up used that perfect opportunity to pick it back up. And yeah, Tender, I don't know. Do you think it's the same thing that's happening?
I don't know, man. It's hard to really tell, right? Because WRG's defense is still quite strong, you know, and I think they just switched up the play quite well there. Socks Up and caused a lot of pressure onto the A side as they're trying to enter. And yeah, again, that wall is so crucial in that situation after that ulti, because if not, then players are caught in transition trying to get inside main to get some cover, and they're back again. They're looking for it. No one's on site. They're back on the A side. Look at where the WRG players are holding. They're holding the site deep, but here comes Cloxy with the Blade Storm out. The plants coming through from Robobo, and the Cosmic Divide comes through as well from the Mandalorian. And now,
You should run.
good position. And they're going to put down the ulti. So yeah, it is. Everything is being used now from Socks Up to guarantee this ninth round.
They've been waiting for, getting all the utilities, getting all the ultimates into this one. Timmy going to be finding Thui as well. So WRG losing numbers bit by bit by bit. Etienne Cloak's quite close here for the retake, but is it really worth it at this point? You're looking at a 3v5 retake. And money that might be better spent in the next round, especially with Carl and Mandalorian doing things like that. Leaving it all down to Cloaks, who just wants to leave. Two-Face, sorry, is on his track right now. Everyone's on his track right now. So ultimately, it comes down to that point where WRG in a 3v5 retake, I mean, I do feel like the agent combination that we're seeing from Socks Up is really working just a tad bit better, just that little extra bit, like you said, that wall, just having that little bit of cover for the players to transition through, to get them into the necessary angles, to get them into better post plants, which has been something that both teams have massively underestimated, is how difficult these post plants have been coming to, because the defenders have just been finding a way to dismantle them bit by bit by bit. Now, all of a sudden, Socks Up have found that position, have found that ability. I was going to say to switch it up, but we've got Ewok, we've got Yeti, especially with the judge finding those two. It's a 2-for-1 trade at the moment. So Socks Up, not necessarily out of the count, but they still have a lot of work ahead of them, because they might want to readjust towards the ace site here. They'll have to deal with King first, who is up close and personal. That revive is going to be crucial here. Puts it back into that 4-on-4. And King obviously would have heard that. Has a little bit of sound cues here to work with. Here's the orb. It's going to dash through, and Timmy's going to get a fight of his life, but will be able to continue with what he was doing. And now the information is gathered. So now, surely, WRG are expecting the A push, but it's not going to be the case. An immediate turnaround, a very quick turnaround here from Socks Up. At 45 seconds left on the clock, they're going to head towards that B side. A lot of utility, though, Tendo, still waiting for them on that B side, including majority of the WRG team.
Yeah, I was about to say that, yes, they're making this rotate, but the discipline from the team just holds it up. But Timmy jumps into Thui, takes him out. They've got the man advantage now to work with. They've got 20 seconds on the clock, so they're going to have to get this plant down very soon. The slow orb will stop any pushes coming through. And Carl's trying to beam them down from that angle. The aftershock's going to delay this plant even longer. The spike's down now, and everything is falling into pieces. WRG holding it together to close it out. Two-Face can't do anything. King with the sheriff.
That's insane.
That was insane. 1-1 now. And we're getting this third map.
Well, White Rabbit Gaming plugged their mice in, didn't they? Yeah, this is the team that I was expecting. Aggressive, forward, immediately change up the comp. Do you think that maybe from map number 1, where I was a little bit confused with the compositions they were playing, maybe big prize pool in the back of your mind, thinking, oh, we need to change things up, and then realizing after that loss, you know what, let's just go back to what we do best as Proxy? Because, obviously it works. We just saw them win.
We talked about this before. WRG, they have a lot of experience. So, yeah, if they can stick to what they know best, if they can stick to, the composition that works the best for them, I think also just the map also had a huge, just the map, the timeout, everything really played to their strengths. They had the time to reset. They had the opportunity to sort of just get their minds back into it. And I'm telling you, I feel like WRG just plays better under pressure. I don't know what it is. I feel like they need that extra map hanging over their heads that just pulls out the best of them.
Tendo, it is an attacker-sided map, no doubt about it. And it was also Socks Up's pick, which means they were obviously prepared for it. And yet, White Rabbit Gaming looked their strongest on defense. What happened between map 1 and map 2? What happened to this team, other than plugging in their mice and, I don't know, possibly getting a stern talking to?
Yeah, I think it comes down to the agent select. The compositions were somewhat similar, but there was that finesse pick, right? It was the Viper versus the Killjoy, right? The Killjoy came in clutch a lot of the time, but I don't think the ulti was utilized as well as it could have been in a couple of those rounds, and it was held off for many rounds where it felt like if Robobo used it a little bit earlier, they might be able to claw back earlier in that in that game, right? And I think they just left everything too late. But yeah, I think Breach really changed the tide there for WRG, because then all of a sudden they've got these flashes to work off, right? They've got, they can help King be a little bit more aggressive, right? Because now you've got that support to give you that extra bit of play to work with. So I think they just did well there. And again, I said it was interesting, right, for us to see that Socks Up wanted to finish on the attack, because you needed them to put up the numbers then right there at the end, and it just didn't seem to happen for them. So maybe they needed to hold things off on their defense a little bit better and not allow WRG to get as much control as they did. But ultimately, WRG comes up as the better team, I think, on that affair. And now we're just going to have confirmation whether we're going to go to Haven or Breeze for the decider. So that's going to have to be an interesting one to see.
So Haven was, of course, WRG's map pick in the best of 5, and I have confirmation as per decided then map number 3 will be Haven. So we'll chat about that in a little bit. One of the things I want to bring up with Stocks Up, so this was a conversation that I was having with Tendo and EsProxy off stream after map number 1, and I said, I'm very confused. Why are we not seeing more of those ulti combos? Why are they not using those ulti combo set plays either to plant or to defend or to get onto sites? And I was like, is this, I mean, it's a horrible thing to say, but I hadn't watched enough South African Valorant. So I was like, do we just not use those ulti combos? And yet, EsProxy, you got to see Socks Up do quite a few really nice set plays. I really like the way they use that. Do you think we'll see more of that on Haven?
I think there's something to be said for, how it worked for them and how it sometimes did not work for them. I feel like what really set Socks Up apart in that first map was the fact that they did have those final ultis to delay time. And again, Two-Face was always in the perfect position as that breach to really make the plays. And that came down to him having those abilities, having not only the ultis, but the abilities as well. So, I mean, using the ability sparingly might be, the trend that they were using. And we mentioned it briefly as well. There was a lot of ultis that Soxon was holding on at some point. And we were like, where's it coming through? So I'm hoping that we're going to see more of it, because I feel like, when they really use that combination to their best, there's certain players that just step up above the rest and really, really have an ability to shine.
We are trying to make sure that the players can have the best possible competitive experience. My understanding is that they want to go live straight away. They don't want a break. So we're just waiting. We are going to have a very short break so everyone can run to the bathroom, including you. So we're going to do this quick fast. And during the break, we're doing a giveaway. So all you need to do is, if you want to win one of those 1,000 Rand Logitech G vouchers, courtesy of Incredible Connections All-Star Gaming and Logitech G, I'm going to say this quick fast. You need to tell me who you think is going to win the All-Star Gaming Underground Grand Finals for Valorant. It is a best of 3, 30,000 Rand on the line. Is it going to be Socks Up or is it going to be White Rabbit Gaming? Let us know in the Twitch chat. And now we're going to a break. Go. Welcome back to the Incredible Connection All-Star Underground Valorant Grand Finals. It is a best of 3, 30,000 Rand prize pool up for grabs. White Rabbit Gaming facing off against Socks Up. It is 1 map per team right now. So this is it. It is the decider. We are going to Haven to find out who your All-Star Underground champs are going to be. And we want to know from you who you think it's going to be. So there's going to be a poll running in the chat. All you need to do is get involved, use your bits, cheer, however it is the Twitch chat works. It confuses me all the time. But apparently, if you do that and you choose one of your winners, you could win a 1,000 Rand Logitech G voucher courtesy of All-Star Gaming. And of course, before we get into game, I want to ask you to make sure to share some love with Incredible Connection. Go check out their website. Go into one of their stores. They have some of the most amazing gaming deals on offer right now. Everything you need, from gaming PCs to consoles to peripherals, whatever it is, they're trying to make sure that they can support South African gaming with all the goodies and all the good stuff. So definitely go check them out. Of course, if you can go into store, you can get your hands on time with some of the goodies. Or if you want to order online, they have some great options. Also, whether it's online or in store, you can purchase on credit with no interest, which is great. And there's a bunch of other options as well. I've actually used their online service. It's been fantastic. They delivered. Everything was well packaged. So make sure you go check them out. And I know sometimes when I'm saying this, I sound like a little bit of a shrill, but you know what, friends? If you're an esports fan like me, you got to support the brands that support South African esports. So go show them some love. It is now time to get into the deciding map. At the end of this, we will know whether WRG will remain the undefeated Valorant champs for all major tournaments in South Africa, or if Socks Up will knock them off the throne. Tendo, EsProxy, take us to Haven.
Haven. What's your calls for this one, hey? Ez? Like, what kind of looks are we gonna see from WRG here on the defense? I believe it is they're starting off. And what kind of looks are we gonna see from Socks Up on this attack?
What's interesting is, we're actually seeing that Omen pick coming through here. Also seeing Cypher being picked by both sides, which is nice and interesting. Yeah, nice and interesting.
This is a very standard, if you watch a lot of pro play, composition for Haven. The silver picks especially really good for getting a lot of information, especially down the long side of there where A is, especially on C. So we'll see a lot of outdrawing usage. And I mean, Two-Face it's just a breach main, right? So just sticks on that one. I'm gonna love to see how the Cypher's playing. Yeti v Robobo in this one. They've got the Astra again on Mandalorian. So will Astra really be, the deciding factor here for Socks Up, right? Because they've gone for Omen on the opposite side, right, with their controller for WRG. Omen's not often played, but I mean, Omen still has the uses here and there. The smokes lost almost an eternity, right? So we'll see exactly how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, that ultimate also helping out a little bit, having the ability to teleport to any point of the map might be exactly what WRG need, because I feel like they've always been, running to this madness that, Socks Up has been throwing at them with the double fakes, with all the changes that they've been doing. They want to be on top of that side, ready and waiting for that retake, ready and waiting for the defense. So we'll see how it turns out. It does look like Socks Up are aiming towards that A side this time around. Pistol rounds, so we're starting off with potentially a little bit of an A rush here. Quite a bit of utility there on the A side already. Waiting for it, that stage making the rotation in. Trying to get as many numbers on this side as possible. For the time being, though, Timmy going to have to just fall back a little bit. They've made the noise, and you can see that immediate reaction coming through here from WRG. The numbers are pouring in, but Socks Up, they are still in this one. They're still waiting for that investment, and it looks like they're still very keen to potentially go towards this A side Tendo.
Yeah, smoke comes through fault line as well, but there's a tripwire that's going to sit him for a little bit, but they spotted where Yeti is. Yeti goes down to Mandalorian. Timmy gets the frag onto Cloaksy, and they put themselves in a good position. Timmy is just aggro onto Thui. Thui goes down now. Is this going to be a flawless pistol round from the team of Socks Up to start us off with? As a Two-Face is holding the flash, waiting for someone to be aggressive. from the spawn side. They're gonna peek out, shots come through. Unfortunately, binds one of their teammates, and Timmy's alive. Timmy's awake, so is Two-Face. They close up the pistol here.
Woo! Coming through with this one. And I mean, I wasn't thinking that it was gonna go the way of Socks Up, but they really turned it around. And once again, Timmy on pistols? What? What are we talking about when we talk about Timmy on pistols? It just seems like that is exactly when he shines, when he comes through with these ridiculous plays once again. My goodness. So Socks Up here, starting off with an interesting start. Getting the first round once again. You know what's interesting to me, Tendo? Across both of our maps, who's been getting the first round? Socks Up.
It's been Socks Up.
Coming through to this one, same sort of
actually,
thing.
don't know how many pistol rounds WRG's won today. It's actually been Socks Up. Kind of taking those rounds. They've been, though, a team that's been, you know, forcing onto that second round. Let's see. Timmy gets the kill. Timmy's brought a phantom into this one. He's not playing around, you know. I mean, this is, you know, the all-stars underground, so sometimes you have to pull it up. Spike hasn't really been committed towards anywhere, but they are making their way towards the A side thus far. Cypher Utility is going to deter them a little bit there, yet he is just caught on an island and massacred immediately. As the Socks Up team moves up as a unit effectively. I mean, Cloaksy just gets ran through there, trying to hold things down just to buy a little bit of time to get the rotation for Ewok to get in. But Ewok now sole player in heaven. Smoke also still up there. He's gonna have to wait for that one to fade, and Mandalorian is just going to mow him down. And I mean, this always happens though, right? This is what happened in the last map. You know, Socks Up gets the first 2 rounds, maybe the third one as well. And then WRG kind of just turns on. We'll just have to wait and see exactly what WRG's answer is. Bobo's going for a judge. All right, he's going to hide in a corner and wait for someone. Wait for a lurk, maybe.
So what the beauty of this third map represents, right, is it's similar to the first one. Both teams have the same sort of, you know, stats of this one. Both teams have one map in their back pockets. Both teams have this one map that they desperately need to get. So for both teams, the pressure is equal. So if WRG were relying on that little extra bit of pressure to really pop off, which it seems like they really, really are able to do, then it's not going to be here for this one. So it's going to come down to which team is going to be holding the line the best, who's going to have the most stamina, and who is going to be holding their patience. Because, of course, we've seen that happen before. You know, that patience, you know, the energy that you get, oh, I'm so close, I'm going to get this last round, and they're going to be there. That seems to make the teams fumble just a little bit. They need to hold the line here. They need to keep patient. They need to hold whatever energy they have for the long run. But it's one more map, and then we will know who's going to be your champions here. It's going to be absolutely crucial here. Once again, Carl here. The Sova looking for a few of those beautiful shot bolts coming through, and here it is. The side take comes through, and WRG lacking behind a little bit. Spike going to be going down immediately. It's a flawless take here, but Robo finding Kang. The immediate trade coming through with Yeti, but it's not enough. Timmy jumps into the party as well, and all of a sudden, WRG down on the numbers. The swing comes through, but then we have something else with Ewok. They clean up 3, only down to Mandalorian, who manages to pick up 2. And I do not understand how these Astros are allowed to do what they are doing. But Ewok will be the lifeline once again for WRG, and we are seeing the pattern evolve before our eyes, Tendo. Socks Up take the first 2. WRG come back with a return on the third round, and here it is once again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if WRG gets this round as well. You know, it was quite interesting there, how they ran into where Mandalorian was. Sometimes when you're trying to double peek, you just end up lining up with each other. So it's just one of those communication things, right, that you get with your team after a while, that you kind of just need to be right on each other's shoulder and not like behind each other. If not for Ewok to hold it down, we could be telling a different story. But right now, WRG is the team that is in the lead. Ooh, Carl's trying to be cheeky onto Ewok with the Sova battle there. On 3 gets a Mandalorian through the smoke. At least they'll get an ult orb for their worries. And everything's slowing down. Timmy is looking to be a bit aggressive here in the window. Leaning towards the seaside. Ewok is in this position. This is going to be a big duel here. If Timmy can win it, they'll open up a lot of space. But he's sitting deep. Oh, he's going to catch him. The timing here. The timing for both players is just awful. Ewok isn't looking to peek. Thui's there in the corner to just hold him down. Most of them both in the same spot. And then now it's all down to Carl. Spike in hand at least. Maybe he can make something happen. Gets the one frag. Thui goes down. They know exactly where it is. They're closing him from every single angle now. You can see that they're about to come on in. And let's just hope they don't give him 1v1s, right? Because, you know, sometimes when the team finds themselves in a position like this with an advantage, they can just throw themselves in, give it 1v1s. King's going to be on this flank. Carl anticipates this. He's waiting. Only 19 seconds left to work with. And Carl's making this play, though. Carl knows there's one behind there. Sends out the shock dart. It's going to clear the angle, but yet he's there to close it off.
I love that. I was talking about it. Having that patience, sticking to your guns, and making sure that you're not making silly mistakes. It's exactly like that. Don't peek into a 1vx situation and give them the 1v1s that they need to clutch that situation out. We've seen that so many times now with Mangalorean. Listen, Mangalorean just doing something else today, but the fact that they have the ability to get those 1v1s, have the time to reset and potentially reset the next one, that's really where, you know, these falters come through, and that's really where the cracks start to show in the defense of our defenders, is because they unnecessarily peak. They are too aggressive, you know, for the defenders, and sometimes it works out for WRG. They've been a team that has shown us time and time again that they are able to be quite active on the defensive side, but this time they're going to be holding that defensive line and making sure they're sticking to their defaults. They do not want to give Sox Up an opportunity here to turn it around once again. They want to go the distance. They want to get the round. Robo peeking around the corner here with the Sheriff, has to be careful. Is it left? Is it right? 50-50 chance you're going to be jumping on through, but look at the timing! Oh, Yeti, you need to be careful. There's a wild Sheriff behind you. And it's Robo Bobo holding it down, making so much noise here on the side, potentially being the distraction they need. Look at WRG whittling the numbers down. Only 3 remaining. Oh, this is falling apart a little bit here for WRG now, Tendo. The spike's going to be going down, and Sox Up, they have the numbers.
Yeah, the numbers is definitely favoring them. Whoa, Yeti, though, peeks through the cosmic divide. Down to a 3v3. Nice fades away from that. Robobo's in a spot here to maybe capitalize, but doesn't know who to shoot, doesn't have a decision, can't make a decision, but WRG can. They close them up after what looked like such a good round after they got onto the site there, Sox Up. WRG just comes in with a forceful retake. And yeah, now they're in the lead.
Absolutely solid defense coming through here from WRG. I had no idea how they could get in that. I was completely of the opinion that was going to be a Sox Up round there. But WRG, they just, so swiftly once again. I think this is what I've been loving about WRG tonight, is that they are so swift in their response to Sox Up. They know exactly how they need to retake the site. Everyone has that role. Everyone has that procedure, and they follow it to an absolute T while still working the best way possible as a team. They know the angles, they know what they need to do, and they do it beautifully. You can see that's the experience that we're talking about coming through, and they're making it work here tonight. And as we look at it, 5-5, of course, starting off the round nice and even. But Carl, you can't be doing that, Thui. Once again, those shock bolts coming through have just been a nuisance in the sides of WRG. So, yeah, immediately we lose a player. I'm not sure if Sage can go through there for the revive, if they have the revive even available here, but already starting off the round on a back foot. And that's been such a good, habit of Sox Up, is that they've been able to find those entries, Tendo.
Yeah, entry is definitely crucial, right? In the lines. WRG knows that this is going to be an A hit, though. They've got a lot of players in. Two Faces getting ready. Flash goes through. Knows that there's a player in the corner. Shots don't really connect onto Yeti, but thankfully goes down to the hands of Mandalorian. And yeah, as I was about to jump through, Two-Face decapitates King. It's all up to Ewok. And it just feels like Ewok is always left in these situations, right? Ewok has to stroll into side. Oh no, Ewok, clear your back.
Oh. I mean, even
GGs.
with the Hunter's Fury going through there, Ewok wasn't able to pick up anyone there, so had no information heading into the site. And in the meantime, you know, the rest of the team just dropped down. The Sox Up, you know, be able to pick up that one. And for WRG now, questions are being asked. It's on the defensive side. We've seen what they can do before. Tendo, how do you think they need to switch it up this time?
Yeah, I think they're just not playing in positions where, you know, the trades are really working for them, I think, as well, right? Just feels like they're getting caught off in these weird spots. Or maybe they're just heroics coming through. Oh, Yeti gets a nice frag onto Timmy. Ewok, they've just decided to push all the way through, yeah. And face the attacker's head on. Do they know about Yeti? They do, but it still gets the kill. There's a whole entire flank coming through as well already, and they just close them up. WRG just put them on their top.
I mean, it's a change-up we've seen from them before as well. That initial, just all of a sudden, you know, they've been passive for how many rounds, and then they decide, hey, we're going to surprise you guys a little bit. We're just going to do a full-on flank right through middle, right through A side, wherever they feel like they need to go this time around, and they make it work. I'm loving it because it means that they have that opportunity to pick up the round, but now they need to hold down the line here, Tendo. They're 7 rounds in, and they need to keep picking up as many rounds as possible to keep on that momentum here. Oh, Josh coming through. Carl's going to be delayed for the time being there with the wall. And head out that drone. Try and get a little bit more information. It is King on the site, holding the line here on the B site. And there will be a little bit of information to work with that one. Reina here to help out with this take. There's King jumping into the process of Timmy. But somehow, some way, still bouncing between the two and doing the damage. Eventually does get taken out, but not before the rest of the team takes a couple of losses themselves. Here comes the cavalry. Cloak's going to be finding Timmy, leaving this down to a 4v2 situation here. An opportunity for WRG to get over the line, to start running away.
You got that shot, though.
Tendo. Literally a 1-for-1 in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, nothing you can really do about that when they double peek you in that manner. And I mean, look, my issue is, right, you know, the entirety of this BO3 thus far, right, at least the first map, you know, Sox Up was looking good, especially when we all had our, you know, assumptions that this would be not necessarily easy. It hasn't been easy for WRG, right? But they versed each other enough to know that this is usually, you know, in their favor for WRG, right? But it was looking shaky of the beginning, right? You know, wow, they dropped that map and then they come into Fracture, and Fracture was good. You know, they sorted out a lot of the issues that they had in that first map, and they cleaned it up quite well, right? But I mean, it wasn't as if it was a walkover. You know, Sox Up was really competing, right? But this is kind of like the first time in this kind of situation where Sox Up is down by 2 right in the beginning of this half, right? So they could end this half off in a pretty detrimental position, and already trades are coming through from both sides. And Plant is coming through as well. The heavens spam from the smoke. Yeti gets Robobo, Cypher v Cypher there. And now just the team of Sox Up is falling bit by bit. One's on the ground. He goes down. Everyone's jumping through. What's going on the side? All of a sudden, it's all up to Carl. Carl gets the one. Can't get the second. It's Ewok to close it down. WRG get another round.
That
was wow.
Way too close. That was like, I mean, I peeked at some points, and literally there was just WRG players jumping into the side, flocking into the side, and I honestly didn't know how Mandalorian, how anyone could be keeping up with the amount of numbers being thrown at them, but somehow, some way, they get it down to that 1v1. But again, Ewok, lifeline coming through for the side of WRG.
Yeah, I mean,
a bit of a timeout as well. I like it.
Yeah, good timeout. You know what I'm saying? Because they need to get these last 3 rounds in this half, right? Or at least if I'm looking at it, they may be looking for, you know, a 7-5 could be good to enter the half at. What you don't want to see here is potentially like, 9-3 and or 8-4, because then it's going to be kind of like an uphill climb for them. And not to say that the defense won't be good. You know, maybe they're just struggling on this attack. They just don't have, you know, the utility for this attack right now. But we'll see exactly what they can do. Hopefully they can tie it up, switch things up. Alt Economy, on the teams. We've got the Bladestorm, we've got the Resurrection on the one side, and the Wall, we've got the Neurofeft and the Hunter's Theory. So those could all be used within these 3 rounds. I mean, as if you're Socks Up right now, what's this timeout, right? Like, what are you telling the team, as the IGL, like, what are we switching up? What do we have to change in order to get ourselves back into this off?
WRG have just been so clinical in their defense right now. I feel like if your Socks Up, you're trying to figure out, okay, where's the crack in the defense? We need to find that crack and we need to exploit it as much as we possibly can right now, because they're just not getting into the site in the way that they need to, in the manner in which they have enough players to hold that post one. They have enough time to get that spike down. They just haven't had that opportunity as of this yet, because WRG have been picking them apart bit by bit by bit. And that's exactly what a defense needs to do. That's what a perfect defense needs to do. But if you're the attacking side, you want that opening here. And you can see already WRG starting with so much information coming through. Trade for trade we go. And this is going to be a fast-paced round starting off with this site. Absolutely just running around every single team, just trying to hold on to the chaos here. Spike hasn't been planted just yet. Finding that opportunity. You've got to be careful though, because we've got jumping players all around us. King opening up there onto Two-Face and jumping down. We've got a wild Sova in the form of Ewok, who has been the lifeline for WRG. Not only picking up how many frags they needed to in that round, but also making sure they get that defuse again. Ewok, what? This is what we've been waiting for. Ewok, was a little bit bullied on Ascent, I must say. Every single time he was the last member on the site, having to hold off the entirety of Socks Up. Now we are seeing him shine to the needs and the brightness that he has been in the past. This is beautiful to see, because it means WRG now have some of the other players kicking it up a notch. I don't know what Socks Up are going to do though, Tendo.
Yeah, Socks Up timeout didn't really help, right? But I mean, they did have lesser weapons coming into that one, so maybe just a throwaway round. And like I said, it's either they're playing for 7-5 here, or not looking to get into that 8-4-9-3 realm. Aldron's gonna go out, spots King on top, and look at King. King has so much confidence that he's not moving. On top of that, waiting for one of these Socks Up players to do something, to get a peek or anything. And everything's just still for now. Oh, Croxy, Tui. All of a sudden, everyone's just going down on Socks Up. Two-Face needs to make a play. Two-Face needs to get a frag here. Does get the one frag, at least to open up the C-side as they make their way in. Plant can be good. This is going to have to be a big side hold coming in from Socks Up to defend from this. And down middle is not looking good, because Tui takes down Mandalorian. They've got multiple entries here. There's 2 players on side. What can you do? The shock darts at least will be good. And there's the recon. He's at the back over there. Oh, he gets the 1 kill, but not enough. Tui with the 3K. They're closing this one up real quick.
WRG, I've been saying clinical. I've been saying they know exactly what they need to do, and it's been exactly that. It's like we're looking at a completely different WRG. We've said before, their defense is absolutely clinical. Both teams have a beautiful defensive lineup, and they know exactly how to hold the side that they need to. But here, WRG have just been on something else, Tendo. I mean, the fact that we're seeing so many individual players from WRG picking up the slack and getting the kills, that was the only thing that we could really fault them for, in the previous map. I mean, look at King. He hasn't had to do nothing. His team has been doing everything else. He's just sitting and chilling. He's waiting for his opportunity to shine. The rest of WRG are absolutely just on something else.
I wonder if WRG came into this one, right, with a bit of the mind games, what I'm saying? Like, maybe Ascent, I'd need to go back and do a little bit more research. It's their weaker map, right? And they're like, all right, let's get that map out the way. They might take that map off us, and that's exactly what happens, right? But everything after that, we can just lock it down, you know what I'm saying? And, I mean, if you look at Haven, in the semifinals for Socks Up, they did lose that matchup, right, against TKO. They lost that 6-13. So Haven's not looking good for them. And I mean, look, this is the grand final, so we'll see exactly what can happen. Mandalorian tries to come through the divide, but yeah, I mean, Cause
A little bit
dust,
of an awkward
done
one.
and dusted. Thui has been the MVP for today. Yes, we've seen King do insane frags, but Thui has been the glue that's holding the team, you know, in these controller positions. And I mean, yeah, 9-3, switching sides now, WRG on the attack. What are we going to see here from Sox Up? They're going to have to, basically not drop any round here. Because any momentum on this attacking side is going to be WRG closing it off.
If you asked me at the beginning, you know, after that first map, if this is the kind of WRG play that we were going to see, I would have laughed at you, firstly. I would have said you're a little bit crazy there, because coming back from that sort of a loss after that sort of a game, it's exhausting, right? It's exhausting for them to come through this one, but they're making it work, and even better than making it work, they're ravaging on. They're flying on, having such a beautiful game. I mean, look at this. The damage dealt.
Hello?
Louis, what happened? The Omen pick came through, and all of a sudden we are looking at a very different player. But as we look at a WRG
man.
heading
Look at this
towards that
aggression.
ace light, opening it up, Tendo.
So much aggression. The wall as well comes through. It's slowing everything down. Oh, the shot guard. You don't have to do it like that, Ewok. At least Robo gets the kill onto King, but it's still a 4v3. The Sox Up tries to come in to take this one, and the trades are not looking good for them, and they're just cleaned up quickly there. Ewok closing up the round. WRG find themselves on that 10th. Do you believe in the 9-3 curse, though? I don't know if you've seen a lot of competitive Valorant, but there's this curse that goes around, right? Where if a team ends on 9-3, for some miraculous reason, the opposite team will make an insane comeback. Yes, it's 10-3. Yes, WRG got that round, but hey, you know, there's still some rounds to be played. Yeah. Does Sox Up dial it up right now, you know, to bring it back?
I can tell you this much: if they don't, it's over, Tendo. Like, you
I
don't have to
mean,
be good at math, which thankfully I'm not, so I can even say this.
Oh.
It's quite simple to quick math. They need to get around
King.
here, so that starts off with this defense. And look at this defense. Every single player on the map on the same side. Tui, though, is on something else, picking up two.
How is he alive?
Making sure they're covering their back. It's only cool.
Wait, what?
Your 9-3 curse has just been thrown out the window, Tendo. It doesn't exist for WRG right now.
I don't know why
asked
King is alive, man. I don't know. Like, he just dashes through basically 4 players, right? You know, just to enter onto the site. And I mean, it's just the backup. There's just this great system on this map for WRG right now on this attack, and you can see exactly why they wanted to start on that defense. I don't even know if they expected themselves to do as well as they did on that defense, right? I just think that, you know, Sox Up really weren't putting up the numbers that they needed to. So he's King again, trying to be aggro again, still has the Spectre in hand. Launching himself in, jumps up. Two-Face, are you ready for this duel? The spray that comes through. He takes a little bit of damage, but not done yet. WRG's got the side control here. And I mean, Sox Up is just getting walked through at this point. They're just letting them on side. Oh, through the bins. It's Robobo. The ciphers exchanged there. Oh my gosh. King. King, what is he doing? He's just running through. It's up to a 2v2 at least.
No,
Yeah.
I'm over this. How is King allowed to do any of this? He is literally running on the site wherever he feels like, and just spraying and praying and getting all the kills that they need to. It's only down to Mandalorian, and Mandalorian is unfortunately not enough to face off against the lifeline of WG that is Ewok and King. You know what I mentioned earlier, that, you know, King just has to chill and do nothing? Well, he heard that, obviously, and decided, you know what? Okay, it's my turn. Let me show you what I can do on this seaside. It's mine. I own it now. Thank you very much. And WG, 1 round away from taking it all, from the comeback of a lifetime, in all honesty, Tendo. After that first map, for them to have won the second, I was already like, okay, I'm impressed. I'm impressed, WG. To come back,
I mean, we
and have a
basically played
performance
4
like
maps today, if you think about it, based off that first map, right? Basically played 4 maps. And I mean, yeah, this is where we need to see something come through from this defense that has just been faulted the entire time. And WRG not looking to be too aggressive this round, at least. Thui is trying to get a little bit of information with that TP. Not too sure how much info he gets of that. Look at King. What is King doing? King is just running in over here. They're trying to take down some shots down range. The Spectre in the hand of King. He's got the shorty, not the shorty, not again, please. Please, he does it again with the shorty in hand. And King picks up a bulldog now. He's holding onto the line, swings around, but oh, wait, Socks Up is pulling it back. They've got the frags in their hand, but it's down to a 2v2 now. It's Cloaksy. Can WRG close this one up here in this situation? On the opposite end is a judge in the hands of Mandalorian. Timmy's still up as well. Ewok slow, no heal available just yet, as everything slows down and it's all up to Ewok. Can Ewok, the sole player here, 11 HP, has to deal with the judge, so it kind of has an advantage, you know. He's picked up a Spectre. Oh, Mandalorian with the 3K keeps things going. And I mean, yeah, we thought King was just tearing them up, but it didn't really seem like that on the opposite end with the rest of the team, right? Everybody else was just taking fights that they weren't able to win, and trades were coming through for Socks Up, and we're not done just yet.
Not just yet. Socks Up. Finally. They pulled their own socks up, and that pun wasn't intended. I have to say it in any case. As we look at it, finally
To be
back
fair, you
into
haven't said
this
it the
one.
whole day, at least. You know,
That's
so.
I've been holding my mouth there. I've been wanting to say it, but I didn't. So let me say it at the last map. At least. I hope the chat's not going to hate me for that. But looking at this one, finally picking up that round, hopefully going to be able to get a little bit of momentum into this one, because like I said, like you've said, they can't lose a single round. There's not a single opportunity for them to lose a round here. They have to win every single one, starting with this one as well. And King getting those Blazer Storm out here for the B side, looking for the angle, but there's just chaos absolutely everywhere. Team of WRG holding the line. Rubber Bobo, though, finally finding that opener there onto King, but comes through the chaos. Here's the breach. Talking about it. WRG still holding the line. One for one trades, all equal for both teams.
Wait, did he fuse?
What?
Did he fuse the Cosmic Divide? The Cosmic Divide comes through, right? And as soon as the Rolling Thunder comes and they clear that angle, they just start to stick the defuse. And they get the round nice and easy. I mean, wow. Ninja defuse is coming through here. And Socks Up are staying alive. You know, they're keeping things going. For how long? I mean, they can't. That's not even a question for how long, right? Because if they stumble, then it's all over. Three. Looking to make an aggressive peak maybe here down, C long, but just holding off. Look at where the team is playing. The team is going through window here in mid. There's some fights happening. King is weak. King is just trying to spam through. Pulls out the shorty again. He's getting a heal at least to try survive. He's on a damn needle and still gets a damn kill. What is going on here? Someone stop King. It is 4v4, at least for the most part, as Mandalorian is pulling back some kills there for the team of Socks Up. Ewok also goes down. Will WRG be able to get the plant successfully and safely? For now, it looks like it will be the case. And that happened so quickly. Look at Timmy's flank. Timmy's flank is everything right now for the team of Socks Up, right? Oh no, Kang comes through with the white swing, and another swing comes through, but the swing's not good enough to get those frags. And I mean, yeah, it should be easy for them to close it up. And 12-6.
Okay. Socks Up back into this one, and as you mentioned, I don't know for how long. I don't know for how long that Socks Up can keep up this momentum, because as you mentioned, one mistake in the next 6 rounds, and that's it. That is all that she wrote, and that will be WRG taking the grand finals. So that's quite a tall order. You know, you were talking about a hill to climb. This is a mountain and a half, Tendo, because again, 6 rounds, can't make a single mistake. After a day like today, we started at 4 p.m. I might want to remind you here. So 3.5 hours into this one, you know, stamina not feeling the best, mentality maybe not feeling the best, but you're not allowed to make a single mistake.
Mistakes is what causes championships, right? In both ways, if you think about it. And they're being a bit aggressive down long. Spike is leaning towards A, though, as they work their way through the sword. King and Thui maybe looking for a flank, and Carl has to just be careful here that he doesn't get caught off, and does get caught off, but the trades are good. Mandalorian's holding it down, man. Once again, all right, Mandalorian finally goes down.
Undefeated in every major tournament or every major Valorant tournament in South Africa so far, and still undefeated. White Rabbit Gaming are your All-Star Underground Valorant Grand Finalists and the winners. 30,000 Rand prize pool is theirs, but can we not take away from I don't even want to take away from the fact that Socks Up put up one incredible fight there. I thought we were going to see WRG potentially knocked off their throne. A lot of people in the chat saying that they've lost another final. It's close. It's very close, EsProxy. And I think the next Valorant tournament, they could potentially knock them off that throne.
Yeah, look, I don't know what happened today for WRG. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board, but it's exactly what we were expecting. We were saying, cool, they're going to get that 3-1 again today, surely? And it was looking dicey. It was really looking dicey. Either, maybe WRG was making the mistakes or Socks Up were making the mistakes, but both teams looking like they still have a lot to show us. They still have a lot to really bring to the table. So I think the next Valorant champ is going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to spill the tea for any Valorant players in the chat right now. WRG, when they try to change their compositions, don't do a very good job. They're very, very strong as they are, but find the answer to what they are, and apparently they don't have anything else in the bag. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. They are your grand finalist winners. I'm done with all the sass. Fantastic play from them, Tendo. They just showed why they're the best Valorant team in the country on that last map. Incredible performance. I wanted to say that there was like one standout player for me after map 1 and 2, but I think in map 3, that WRG lineup proved that every single one of those players can bring it when they're asked. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think all of them can bring it when, the time is called for. But, I mean, you have to look at Thui for today. I think across all three maps, just, a pillar for the team on that controller position, right? Either the Astra or the Omen. And just the numbers that Thui put up just held, a lot of the momentum for WRG and King. I mean, what shorty? I think that's
disgusting.
Just like if King doesn't change like the Twitter handle to just a shorty, like that's it. That's all we need.
Only.
Just shorty, But I mean, you can't even look away from the Socks Up team, right? Because they came into this one, like we all said, not as the favorites to win this one out. But they gave us a really damn good fight, and I think across the board, all players performed. Maybe one or two there were in the background. Timmy was a bit asleep in the beginning, but map 2 and 3, he came back alive. Yeah, I mean, great final, really great Valorant comp, and, excited to see some more comps like this come through. And, shout out to Incredible Connection for making this happen.
I had to channel my inner G-Max there for that shorty play. So for the OGs in chat, you know what I'm talking about. But it was disgusting. The entire event was incredible. What an amazing grand final. Even the gazillion rounds, map number 1. Socks Up, White Rabbit Gaming. You've made a fan out of me. I'm going to be watching more South African Valorants. EsProxy Tendo, as per usual, an absolute privilege to work with both of you. You're incredibly talented. I had so much fun. We do, though, have one more thing, of course. As you know, Incredible Connection and Logitech G have made sure that they can take care of you for watching. And we have one more winner to announce. You've just won yourself a 1,000 Rand Logitech G voucher. Your name is on the screen right now. Someone from the Incredible Connection and Metal State teams will be sliding into your DMs to make sure that you get all your goodies. We will be back next week with more All-Star Undergrounds. We've got some League of Legends action coming, so I'm going to be channeling my budget shocks. See if I can host that. That'll be fun. Make sure you watch that if you want to have a giggle. I've been very sassy today, but very, very proud of WRG. I also think it's fitting. They are sponsored by Logitech G. Logitech G provided some of the prizes today, so good job. I'm not biased at all because I'm partnered with Logitech G, but there you go. Well done to everyone who played. Thank you to you for watching. We appreciate it. A big shout out, of course, to Metal State for producing this. And also, I think it's really important for me to mention this before we go. A really big shout out to the production and admin team at Metal State for adapting very fast to try and ensure that the players could get the game that they wanted. They asked for that best of 3 because of the load shedding issues and things like that. They immediately changed to try and ensure that the players could get the best possible event that suited them. So well done to them for being able to work on the fly. And of course, a big shout out to Incredible Connection All-Star Gaming for supporting South African esports. And finally, the most important to all the players, it is always an honor to tell your stories. I gave you a little bit of a hard time today, but it's because I love you all and I just want to see you play better. But you played really well. Despite all of that, I'm giving you a hard time even now, but it is always an honor to tell your stories. I'm going to stop talking now because I feel like I've said way too much today. We'll see you next week.
Head down in the water, no fear as the feel of my lungs, no light in the tunnel. I'm fighting for my life and I'm giving up TKO. Even though I am surrounded, I still feel alone. But my shadow keeps me company. 'Cause everywhere I go, I'm seeing faces. I'm hearing voices telling me I ain't good enough. And everywhere